Hope all of you out there in chat are doing well. Quick look at the markets, introduce the panel, and then we're going to dive into it. All morning we're going to be here. Huge lineup, which we'll discuss later as well. So markets a little bit flat, up just a skosh this morning as S&P's up around 5, Nasdaq's up 30, Russell up 3, Dow up 31. Indices are in unison so far. We'll see if that lasts. Key things to note, bonds are up again, 116.20 in the 30-year. It's important to know that bond market continues to go higher, expecting a bad number. We'll see what the panel thinks about that. And metals higher this morning, pretty much across the board. Platinum up nearly 84, gold up 75. You've got copper up, and silver's up $5 as well. Stuff mixed against the dollar. Yen is up the most against the dollar. Actually, Aussie, again, Australian dollar is up the most as well. Bitcoin is getting hit back down to 67,000 and change. So again, that's a quick look at the tape. Now let's introduce the panel. Joining me on the panel this morning in studio, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And the man on the big screen, Jimmy Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. And the weather has turned here on the island. It's a glorious day so far.
I know. Jack Gleason yesterday was like, he goes, what do you got, like the Caribbean behind you yesterday? He didn't know you're living the dream out there, Jimmy, and out there in Charleston.
I invited him over. He's invited to come and hang with me. He'll have a blast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I think we're going to be out there for a trader meetup this year. We'll see if that happens. So folks out there in Charleston, be ready, especially for Jimmy, because he's going to be in rare form. He's going to have the gear on. It's going to be something to see. Shai, the news.
Yep. So we had CME Group announced yesterday they are going to launch single stock futures. They will be on the 50 top. Well, they're going to start with 50 of the top most traded U.S. stocks from the S&P 500, NASDAQ, and Russell. So looking forward to that. They are a great way to also hedge your portfolio if you are long the underlying. So a lot of use cases for single stock futures. Exciting news for CME, exciting news for us, and more products to trade.
Can finally talk about it. I've known about this for I don't know how long.
I know.
It's like a big announcement. I'm going, yeah, well, we're ready. We're ready, folks. We're going to have them here on Ninja. Wow. Let's go.
So, yeah, what's interesting is they put out some data points, and in 2025, futures and options daily average volume was 7.4 million contracts. So that's crazy with it. That's just their average daily volume. So they're adding more products. Good for them. Stock prices up, obviously.
Yeah, it's going to be a big product when we get those single stocks. Like I said, they're going to be readily available here on NinjaTrader, and we will be covering them every day.
Absolutely.
Craig's going.
We had MBA's mortgage applications fell 0.3% last week. That data came out earlier this morning at 7 a.m. There is some worry about China's year-long retreat from U.S. Treasury, flagging bigger risks. Basically, their foreign holdings of U.S. Treasuries since 2013 has halved. And so there's a lot of talk about whether this will kind of spark some sort of contagion, and we are going to see selling from other countries, Europe, Japan, et cetera. And so just something to keep an eye on. We'll see. So far, that doesn't really look like that's happening, but certainly being talked about. And of course, that does help the underlying bid in the gold market. Next, we had just this morning, we had a piece out that Donald Trump is privately musing about exiting the North American Trade Pact. That would certainly hit CAD and MXN very hard if that does happen. They said that they're just kind of throwing that out there right now. And a trade representative from Greer's office said that a rubber stamp of the 2019 terms was not in the national interest, and the administration intended to keep Trump's options open and negotiate to address issues that had been identified. So keep an eye on that. That's a huge agreement. Yen, obviously, you just pointed out, again up this morning, or stronger against the dollar. This might have further to go on sign of a short squeeze, and so it looks like analysts are looking at 150, and that would be USD JPY, as a possible landing spot, which would be down from 159 by a lot. So just keep an eye on that, because again, you could have some unwind of carry trades if that does happen. Market is very short yen. And then last but not least, we have jobs data today. Of course, it's all about the jobs. It's all about the jobs.
All about the jobs.
Right. So we have, this is going to be December data, but we also get the final benchmark payrolls revision, which is being revised down by 973,000 jobs, and that is as of March 2025. It takes them almost a year to collect all of that data, but it will be the revision of the year of March 2025. So that could be, that's also another number that we really need to keep an eye on this morning as well. We did have, now as to what the market's going to do, we did have Jim Paulson, who he authors the Paulson's Perspective newsletter that everybody reads, and he believes that if we have a bad number, this is going to be good for equity markets, because policy juice arrives, meaning we're going to have rate cuts. So we'll see what happens. He said that his data shows that there have been 14 instances since 1948, including the present day, when annually seasonal adjusted payroll growth slowed to the current level of roughly 0.37% or below during an economic expansion. 11 of those cases proved to be good times to buy stocks. So he believes that if we get bad data, markets go higher because we get rate cuts, and it'll juice the market,
Yeah, I kind of call.
So we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know that that's necessarily the case, right? I mean, because look at what's happened the last few sessions, 2 sessions. I think the tape has changed. I think if you asked me that 3 sessions ago, whatever it was, I would say, yeah, probably. We were looking for the bond market to break out lower. We thought that was going to be negative for stocks. We said if we start getting bad data or something were to get the bond market to rally, not necessarily saying bad data, but if the bond market rallied, that would probably help stocks. It's not. I mean, NASDAQ again failed at a key area yesterday. NASDAQ just can't get out of its own way higher, period. Bond market keeps going up. It's going up for what I would consider the wrong reasons, right? I mean, this is where I lean on you, Craig. I mean, what do you think about what Paulson said? I mean, I actually don't agree with it at all.
Yeah, look, we have this economy that folks are trying to really wrap their arms around. There's parts of the economy that have been, very robust, regarding the AI CapEx story, and then there's been other parts, at the lower part of the K-shaped economy that have been struggling for quite some time. Consumer delinquencies made a new high, for the cycle. The report out yesterday, so it's clear that people are, more people are struggling. The labor data that we've seen over the course of the last week or so is suggested more of a slowdown in the labor market. This idea of a low fire environment starting to crack a little bit here. So I think there are some concerns that if the labor market is not as robust as people believe it to be and exited the year with some deteriorating momentum, there's really nothing that's going to necessarily slow that down, right? If anything, we've been hearing more from the AI companies about labor displacement going forward, right? This week, last week with the Anthropic stuff and the software companies, more and more white collar work is going to be going away more rapidly. And so rate cuts are not going to be the panacea for the labor market. And so I think if we start to get that data point now that the labor market is already slower than people believe, sure, the market's going to, the bond market's going to like it, and we're going to start to price in more cuts. But I don't know if equities are going to like it. JP Morgan strategist actually has the opposite take as well. He thinks both a blockbuster strong number and a weak number would be bad for the tape. In one case, the blockbuster strong number would firmly take rate cuts off the table for the 6 months of the year. And so if there is underlying momentum that's bad, the Fed is definitely not going to address it. And then if it's really weak, kind of gets to my original point, which is, okay, we're weak here. The Powell Fed is unlikely to be cutting rates. The odds of a March cut are about 20-25%. That, sure, that'll move a little bit. But unless, we get equities much lower, we're not going to see that rate cut come in. So it's almost like we need to start seeing a break in equities to bring in the rate cuts. Now, yesterday, or the last few days, we've seen a pickup in bond volatility, which we've been talking about as a little bit of a precursor, I think, for equity volatility. We've been saying FX volatility has picked up, precious metals volatility has picked up, Bitcoin volatility, but we haven't really seen it in the fixed income volatility. Last few days, with the bond market strength, we've actually been seeing a vol up, price up environment in bonds. I think that's foreboding for equities if we get a bad print today.
I mean, I completely agree. And Adam's saying, Chad, don't we know rates are coming down with Hassett? Has that been priced in yet? I mean, we know.
With Warsh, you mean?
What Warsh? Well, Hassett's saying it.
Oh,
I mean,
well,
yeah.
What's interesting is Hassett said yesterday, don't panic if we see weakness in NFP data. That said, then Trump said our employment numbers are really good yesterday. So I was like, I posted on X. I was like, so which is it? Because obviously they have the number, so who knows?
I mean, again, it comes down to it as we sit here this morning. The bond market's been going up, and equities can't rally. At least the NASDAQ can't, right? Where you're seeing bids, you're seeing, Russell, again, it's just below 2,700. The Dow, again, continues to climb higher. Another new all-time high yesterday for the Dow. So we can't say that it's not working. I think it's not working for the NASDAQ. And at the end of the day, I don't care. No one can convince me otherwise. This can go on for a period of time where the Dow and the Russell, maybe, for who knows, months, maybe even the entire year where they are separate from what the NASDAQ is. But the S&P 500 is really going to struggle unless the NASDAQ starts participating. You're not going to see all-time highs they're going to be very short-lived. And again, it is what it is. The NASDAQ is the leader of the market. If the NASDAQ continues to show weakness, I don't care what everything else is doing. That's not a good sign for the overall stock market. Maybe the economy is still fine, but the stock market isn't going to love it.
Well, and we are still seeing kind of a rotation from tech into value, right? And so, we've had over the past 6 months, I think Russell is up 13% over the NASDAQ, which is kind of incredible. So we're still seeing an underlying kind of rotation, though, because techs are so heavily weighted in the S&P, that's going to affect them. Yeah. That's going to affect that index more.
To me, and the S&P is the index, so you could take all the other stuff. I mean, the Dow's 30 stocks, the Russell's a small cap. The Russell also did nothing last year too, so there's that. But when you look at the S&P, let's talk about where we are from the beginning of the year. We're just above the opening day's high of the year, which was 69.39.75 or 16. Let me see what the exact. I've said it so many times. I'm like, 69.39.75. We're at 69.60. Are we at 69.69? Pharm. So it's again, today's an important day to see if we could finally start finding a way outside of this range. If the bond market going higher is actually going to be a positive or a negative for the stock market, we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, look, I think the idea that bad news is good news, which is Paulson's point, is largely ingrained in kind of market psychology. But today would be a big test of that if we got a significantly weaker than expected payroll print. The idea that we can keep rotating out of tech into value and cyclicals and small caps that are conditioned on a better than expected economic recovery would be largely in question if the labor market is really rapidly deteriorating. So, we'll see.
Yeah, that is the other X factor, right? You have the Dow and the Russell that really need the economy to be strong to continue to be bid. And if that's the case, then do they start coming down with the NASI? Again, we'll see. All of this is going to be it's going to be revealed to us today after the 8:30 data.
And the expectations are all over the board. The median survey is 65,000, but you have Citibank at 135,000 and Bloomberg at zero.
So we're going just zero. Jimmy, let's take a look at the tape this morning. Up $8.50 in the ES, 69.70 NASDAQ. is at 25,249, which is the lower end of the range so far this week. Again, at 25,450 to 480 area for me has been pivotal. We dipped up there again yesterday and we failed again. Dow above 50,000 to 50,328. We've got Russell 26,000 or 26. Maybe someday it's 26,000. Maybe not though. 2692 and the Dow's 50,328. Like I said, crude oil up $1.50 this morning. The gift that keeps on giving. I'm not holding those positions overnight, but I keep buying the dips, rotating in and out of it. Not the most exciting trade, but I like it. Again, it is the market that I focused on this year. What's up, Shai?
And something just to note really quickly. Trump is meeting with Netanyahu at around 11 this morning, and they will be discussing what they are doing with the Iran situation. So obviously, if you're trading crude oil today, it's going to be important.
Yeah. I don't think crude is going to move too much on the unemployment, but that news is definitely something to keep an eye on. So crude 65.44 up $1.50. Gold up $65 this morning to 5,096. Copper up 98 to 601. Silver's at 85.34, up nearly $5. Platinum is up $80 to 21.80. Bond market long end 116.22. 10-year 112.18.5, up $2.5 this morning. Points, not bucks, but 10 years 4.14. And so here we are in the same range. We're talking a lot about the bonds, but we've been between 4.1 and like 4.28 forever. We'll see if that changes. Today that could change. Again, Aussie and yen up against the dollar this morning, both having good sessions against it. Everything else is relatively flat. Euro's flat against the dollar, Swissie's flat, and Bitcoin below 67,000 as it sits. Pretty volatile in there, getting a little bit of a pullback again off of that 70K level. We'll see what happens. Jimmy, what are you thinking?
I mean, every market is moving except the equity markets. I mean, we're having big moves across the board. Going back to the Fed discussion and inflation versus jobs. I mean, the energy markets, and you've been talking about this for a while, Anthony. The energy markets are ripping. I mean, crude oil right now is approaching its September highs from last year. RBOB gasoline approaching November highs from last year. Heating oil, ultra low sulfur diesel, which powers the supply chain pretty much, is near the January highs, and then right after that's a November highs. So those three things are inputs into our economy, and they are just moving up. And kind of it's kind of sneaking up, right? No one's really talking about this, but I'm a little bit worried about that. So that's going to cause some pressure for sure on prices. Looking at those energy prices, kind of looking at the E-mini S&P though, I did notice this morning. The open interest for the options markets. I mean, the put call ratio is crazy. It's about it's about 76% in favor of the puts for just about any duration you could think of. Usually it's about a 65-35 ratio. Now it's about a 75-25 ratio. So it's very, very put heavy on those E-mini S&P options right now. So we're betting against probably some bad data coming.
Yeah, and so I think that when we look at that, Craig, let's talk about that. To me, first of all, vol's cheap. You can buy, protection's cheap, so you can come in, you can buy puts right now against your longs. I mean, we're still up near at all-time highs. We could talk what we want about the S&P. Is this an indication that, it's cheap to buy protection, or is this an indication that you think that people are betting that we're going to get a lower number?
I think it's the former. I think gross exposures are incredibly elevated, and so skew is elevated because people are protecting portfolios. They have risk on, they have big portfolios, and so they see an event, a kind of a binary event, and so they're protecting as opposed to betting. I think it's more protection against large exposures, and you see that in the gross exposure data that the banks provide on hedge funds are kind of in the 95th percentile of gross exposures. So I think people have a lot of risk on and into binary events today and CPI on Friday. Doesn't surprise me that we're seeing some bid in skew. But overall levels of volatility are not particularly elevated for what seems to be a pretty important data point today. I mean, even just kind of February VIX with an 18 handle, even the one-day volatility for today is not as high as we've seen into prior CPI prints or NFPs or Fed meetings. So I don't really get the sense that there's a big directional bet being played by the equity market. I do sense that the bond market has moved a fair bit in anticipation of this, whether it was the Hassett comments from earlier the week or the retail sales numbers yesterday, or ADP last week. The bond market's sniffing out a little bit more of a slowdown, but I don't sense necessarily that we have a situation where equity vol is so bid that at 8:31 we're just going to slam volatility and we're going to be done with it. I don't sense that.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add, mechanically speaking, the more puts people buy, that means market makers are short puts. So they're long the market, so they have to go into the futures market and sell against to hedge their own position.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good point, Shai. And it really makes me feel like the equities, again, are not going to be as much of a story this morning. We're a lot in this range. There's just so much time being spent here that a move 50 higher or lower in ES, does it change anything really here? I mean, nothing. We go back down to 6,900. We go back up to 7013, whatever we've been. You know, it's going to take something, I think, pretty big in the number side to move us out of here. And I think this is where you have to really be careful, traders out there. When you've been in a range that's been traded in so many times, the price levels you have become less impactful. I don't care what anyone says about this, right? If you have a level that's sitting there stagnant on an unemployment number that we've been through it 50 times this year, watch the reaction. Don't just sit there and buy it when it gets there or sell it when it gets there. This thing could just whip around, and really it means nothing in the scheme of things. You know, if you zoom out a little bit and just look at where we've been for the year, nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two other things I'd point out. Two consensus trades that are starting to see some pressure, which, you know, into a big event I think would make sense. Maybe some squaring, but dollar yen, right? The yen now has rallied back a tremendous amount. We've been talking last week about a big, you know, the Japanese election and what's going to mean for JGBs and weaker yen. Are those trends going to continue? Well, the result was way better than expected. And what happened? The yen ripped instead of getting killed. That's a little bit of a pain trade for folks. Can we start to talk about yen carry trade unwind? Maybe we'll see. We'll see. You know, good places to watch are Aussie yen and Mex yen to see, you know, cross asset wise. The second place is in the curve. Steepeners have been the trade du jour. You know, low end yields lower, high end yield. Flatteners are starting to come back in here. You know, that last 4 days, curve is flattened again. So again, these are pain positions for people. If we get a negative data print from out of payrolls, then you start to move in a direction of, okay, we know there's been some unwind last week. You know, maybe these positions are going to come further under pressure. That's how you get volatility back. That's what can offset some of that flow from the zero data expiry crowd that, you know, I think we've been waiting for.
I mean, where are the pain trades right now? In the bond market, what's positioning been in it? I mean, we're higher, but has positioning, it's been pretty flat. I think that this recent rally, I mean, if anything, they're more short bonds right now. I mean, let me tell you what, man,
we're only
this,
back
this
in,
bond
we're only
market,
back in the
Jimmy, touch
December
on this.
channel.
Yeah.
I mean, steepeners have been where most of the macro communities and you know, folks have traded fixed income this year. An expectation for, you know, shorter term rates to be lower. Longer end rates are more driven by, you know, the supply factors, and so steepeners have been a great place to hide. So that's a pain trade. If we started to see flatteners where the cuts don't get priced in more aggressively on a bad print, then that's a little bit, that would be an unwind potential there.
The action today is going to be in the bond market, man. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I mean, the equity market is probably going to sniff out some of it one way or the other. But again, I'm for me, I keep it real simple. What's the NASDAQ going to do based off of what the bond market's going to do? I mean, that's the way I see it. And then let the NASDAQ lead in whatever direction it wants. If it does rally, the way I look at it, and we'll talk more about this, if the NASDAQ does rally and push above yesterday's high and starts making a weekly high, that is a move you just don't want to fade. The downside gets a little bit tricky. I think those are moves that can be faded in S&P, Russell, and Dow because they've been relatively stronger. I wouldn't go to the NASDAQ to fade a move lower, but on a dip, I would be looking at the other three. I wouldn't be buying a dip in the NASDAQ. But on a rally, if the NASDAQ starts to perform, that's the one I would buy with it and just hang on and run. So again, we'll talk more about this, a lot more to discuss, but it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the U.S. Treasury bonds. This is the story of the morning. This is a daily candle chart. You can see we're trading above that old swing high back here from January 15th. Right now, we're tracking 116.25. This thing is creeping up as we talk. We were at 119. We were at 116.19 when we started talking a couple of minutes ago. So it is inching up. But notice this consolidation range back from December, right? We're just basically the bottom part of that December consolidation range. Nothing changed at the Fed at that point. So we'll see if we can keep on moving up into that December consolidation range. We're way away from September lows, and that kind of channel VWAP, well, we've broken out of it right now. So it's probably a little less relevant. But look at that RSI. RSI is arcing up pretty nicely. Intraday on bonds, right now it's a small range. Right now it's a small range. Point of control is still at 20. And you can see a lot of separation between some of our targets. The 0 DTE gamma wall call resistance is up here at 117 even. 1-day max is right above that at 117.02. And then, well, JAX 2 is up at 117.16. Again, a lot of price separation right now. On the downside, really, 116 even is the 0 DTE put supports. That 1-day min is all the way down at 115.28. So we got a lot of room to move up or down as we anticipate this number. Right now, this is anticipating something a little bit gloomy. We've done about 120,000 contracts traded so far. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's just go over to crude oil and check that out now. We're in March contract right now. We're going to be rolling over in a couple days to April. But look at this. I mean, we are just rallying. We are up 17% from the swing low back here on January 7th. And we're tracking this September high right here at 66.42. This is a pretty strong move up. This is a big green candle today, up 2.42%. No retracement inside. Broke out of my trend channel. Long-term supports all the way down here at 62.36. Crude is pretty strong right now. Intraday, double distribution, a little bit on the volume profile, not anything to worry about really. Official point of control is up here around 65.37. We're just broke through that JAX 2 level and that 1-day max. That 1-day max is kind of a line in the sand right now. We'll see if it holds as resistance, and that's at 65.54. We do break out, nothing but blue skies above. I know it's black in my background, but you know what I'm talking about. Retracement back down gets us to call resistance at 65 even. Look at that VWAP. VWAP is just arcing up. We lost VWAP in the rearview mirror when that London initial balance, when that bell rang for the first time. So this is, again, looking really, really, really positive. Look at that wick. This is a huge buyer's wick. Boom. We just rejected any of the sellers' efforts to try to get us back down to VWAP right there. So crude oil is super strong. What is super weak, you might ask? Well, the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin is super weak. We're right by that green piercing candle right now, 67.015. For folks that are loading up again, well, this is a possible area. But, I mean, we're still kind of trending down here other than that one green candle here. So another lower low today on the Bitcoin, down about 32% from this peak high only in January 14th. So that's looking pretty negative as well. Intraday on the Bitcoin, we have some targets here. That 1-day min is defining the bottom of the conversation. This is support, about 66,620. And below that, again, void, nothing there. Above it, VWAP here. We've been trading below VWAP pretty much most of the session. If we do catch a bid here, previous sessions, lows are in the way. And then we get up to that, really the most important level here is that 0 DTE call resistance in my mind. It's 6,900. But I didn't see this. High vol level is also pretty important here. It's 68,500. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Thanks, Jimmy. Panel, let's talk about this. So we've got data coming up. Shy preview of the news.
Yep. So survey is 65,000 for a change in non-farm payrolls. The other number that we need to pay close attention to is the final benchmark payrolls revision, which is from March of 2025, but expecting a big number. Survey is minus 825,000. I've seen as high as over 1 million, so we need to keep an eye on that. Also, the survey is going to be, the household survey is going to be very important to the Fed, and data should be coming in 1 second. So, 130,000 jobs added. Huge well over what was expected. That was close to Citibank's 135. Incredible. 2-month payroll net revision was minus 17,000, and the benchmark has not come out yet. Hopefully that'll come out soon. I'll address that as soon as that happens. Unemployment rate ticked down 4.3% over 4.4%.
Boy, am I glad I'm flat.
And labor force participation rate at 62.5%. Survey was 62.4%.
The alligators led the deer to the pond for a little drink, and
So-
they got snipped. This is
So
why
I guess Trump was right. The job numbers
Trump
are
was
good.
right. Yeah, everybody else. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is why you cannot
I mean, the
have a
bonds
position
just
on into these
huge.
numbers.
Look at the bonds.
I mean, I know. That's what I have it up on the chart. I mean, look at it. That's the chart. That's the meme where, where it just goes off the screen. I mean, look at, they had them all positioned the wrong way. Like we said, the action's going to be in the bond market. Everyone was anticipating a number that was going to be the worst they expected. It was going to be in line, but everyone expected a worse number, and the bond market was getting massively bid. Craig, initial thoughts on this?
No, big surprise. I mean, it basically is the highest number, high out there. I'll have to go through some of the details, here on that. There was a new birth death adjustment situation. So people will, go through the numbers here. But look, not as weak as previewed. And so the positioning kind of into it now is going to get rinsed, right? Right. All the fixed income buying that we saw, and all the dollar selling that we saw was going to, start to get reversed. I mean, the question for equities will be, how sustainable is this? What is the, what are the implications? Is this a real pickup here? But I'm also looking here, positive net revisions. Net revisions were negative 17,000 versus last time we're negative 76,000. Look, it's a good number. Hourly earnings are better than expected, 0.4% versus 0.3%. The underemployment rate, which is something we've talked about a little bit, down to 8% from 8.4%. So it's hard to complain too much about this for the administration.
Just looking at the breakdown, though, I wanted to look at what sectors were carrying this load. It is, once again, healthcare, which is
good for the Russell.
Been rising. So healthcare has carried this, and private service providing has also a big number up. So that's where most of the new employment has come from.
Well, hearing that, Shai, that tells me the Russell's the one you want to buy the dip on today. That's unlikely to give back its gains today. The Russell is the one that's gonna win here. And again, the Nasdaq, I don't think.
I mean, look at the Russell.
Yeah, that's why I said the Russell's. That's the winner.
Ripping.
I mean, it's up 1%. If that's what you're telling me from healthcare side, that market is going to stay bid. Do not look to fade that thing right now. You have data supporting the strongest technical index right now. Just don't get in front of it. Again, for leadership wise, and what that means for indexes. S&P also feels that, so I think the S&P, again, hard fade today. I mean, bottom line, you got to watch the NASDAQ high today from yesterday. If the NASDAQ does cross above yesterday's high, it gets back to the opening print of the year. If that does happen, coming off of this data in the coming days, this should be the ammo that the market needs to make a new high, in my opinion. For someone like me who looks for multi-day trades, this is kind of a setup where, you're now getting momentum added to the leaders, which is the Russell and the Dow. The question is the lagger with the NASDAQ. Does it come in and does it start participating? And does this now set the next leg of the rally? We'll see. And a lot to see how the NASDAQ reacts throughout the rest of the morning. What's going to be interesting to me is now the bond market moves down sharply. When you look at that, it was in a place to where it could move down sharply. That's the bottom line. Right? If you looked at this from maybe, again, 4 or 5 sessions ago, if the bond market wasn't positioned this way coming into it and it moved down like this, kind of a different story. But now you have the bond market coming off of
back to the middle of the range.
Right back to the middle of the range. It becomes a non-factor. It just does. I don't know what else to say. There's not much. That's what it is.
Tighten my stops. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So it is what it is. Folks, this is why when you you think you have an idea of what something could be, and you don't position, and you position yourself hoping on a prayer. The Bon Jovi, as I call it. Whoa. The Bon Jovi trade, not good. I said it. I mumbled it. I'm like, man, I'm glad I am flat right now. I've got no futures or options on right now. I mean, again, stocks are doing great. Perfect. Good. But again, let's go across the panel. We'll talk about reactions. We see we've got everybody here in chat talking about things as well. I'll go back to you, Craig, because this does, again, change the dynamic.
Yeah, look, I think I thought we were at a place you mentioned with the bond market rally and precarious lead into this number that if we saw a worse than expected print, you would have people start to question the economy a bit more, and that could start to bring in some more fears about the labor market and the equity market. This type of print is not going to alleviate all those fears, but it's going to alleviate a lot of them right now. And so I think you have a check back on that thesis. Now, I think with a rotation trade out of tech into small caps, into value, into cyclicals is likely to continue. And so from your perspective or our perspective, the NASDAQ underperformance, I think, is going to be with us. And if the NASDAQ fate continues to fade here, again, it's going to be hard for the indices to break away. And look, the markets like knowing that rate cuts are coming. They just do. A print like this means rate cuts are not coming. They're not coming in March. They're not coming in April. Who knows if they'll come in June under the new Fed chair. So we'll see. But yeah, the rotation trades are largely going to be placed. Less pain. I can see the dollar-yen move. Dollar's rallying again. Curves. So. But again, the big surprise though. Big surprise number.
I will say this, and yeah, the market likes lower rates, but I think that the market, we just coming out of earnings, they were pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? Market likes growth more. I mean, in my opinion, the market always finds a way to go higher. It doesn't find ways to go lower. It's forced into going lower. And when it's forced into going lower, it becomes obvious. We see it. And that's why traders like it more, because it's like everybody knows this is not good. And no one wants to be the last one to sell it. In this situation, it's probably just going to be a choppy rally. It's not going to be the most fun. It's not going to be the easiest, especially if you're an S&P trader, just because the mere fact that the NASDAQ is not participating in it. But that's what you have to watch for. The NASDAQ starts to participate. You get all the indexes working together. This is a different type of a rally maybe than what we've seen. But nonetheless, it's not a rally that I would fade from a macro standpoint. I think you'll probably have some two-way trade in S&P, which is going to, again, be good for day traders. I mean, that's the way I see it. It's not going to be linear. It never is, right? Maybe for the Russell it is, though. I mean, the Russell, someone's talking about it might pull back because you got some technical stuff here. No doubt about it. I mean, that could be the case. But when I look at the Russell right now, though, the fact that the Russell is now getting to a point where it's taking out previous day's high, Yep. You have expansion on Bollinger Bands, you've got where the growth in the jobs is coming from, pretty much the top sector within the Russell. I mean, the Russell has the fuel it needs in a backdrop. Now, technically, can it happen? So again, I know not everyone's trading it, but when you look at the indexes across the board, it's important to note that there are a lot of signs of strength. Jimmy, again, back to you. What else have you noticed in this?
Yeah, this isn't brand new. I mean, the Russell, Mike Burke made a great study called the Percent Change study. The Russell is up. Russell futures are up since January 2nd, 7.71%. They're the winner chicken dinner in the sweepstakes. The Dow is up 4.07. Even the S&P only 0.95%, and the NASDAQ is underwater at 1%. So that trend has been going on for a little bit of time now. It's not just today. And it's very clear that there's a rotation going going out of that NASDAQ into RTY, into the small caps, into the Dow, into some kind of safety ideas there, until this whole AI energy business gets sorted out. But that's the trend that I think is going to keep going on. So we'll keep an eye on that Russell 2000. It's a good futures market to trade also, and you could trade the Dow as well. I know a lot of people don't do it, but it's not a bad trade either. So I'll keep our eyes on that. On the equity side, on the bond side, I was wrong. I'm gonna, we're back into a 115 handle right now. Probably that yield curve is probably getting a little bit more steeper right now. The CME Group Fed Funds tool is tracking an 80% chance of no rate cut whatsoever in March. In April, it's 57.2% that we're going to get a cut. So it's a little bit. I'm sorry that we're not going to get a cut. And then June, now we're at 48% is the teal square for the most likely scenario for a 25 bip cut. So not a lot of movement there on the CME Group Fed funds tool.
What we thought would be the focus of bonds have now become an afterthought as far as I'm concerned. Bonds get pulled back into the range. Using my theme for what it's been in the indexes, they're the Al Pacino. They're pulling me back in. And now the bonds, to me, I don't even think you need to watch them today in the equities unless they just get stupid short. I mean, unless they just get buried. But even then, I don't know how much it matters.
Yeah, there is a 10-year auction today, but so kind of a tougher day for the government to raise 10-year. But you're right. I think we were on the precipice there for a minute. We saw a little bit of pickup in bond volatility. Check back into the range here, kind of through the event. CPI on Friday will be something people will watch, but less important unless it's a huge hot number here on CPI, which isn't really expected. But yeah, if we continue to get events like this that dampen volatility, it's going to be hard to see material breakdowns in the equity indices. I think that's still with us.
That's the bottom line. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Blake and Pax think about CPI on Friday and what that looks like. Again, it's another important point, market data point that we have to keep an eye on. Shai, anything you want to add to this?
Yeah, well, we did have the benchmark payrolls revision come in at minus 862,000, so a little bit higher than the survey. Again, that's March 2025. I also want to talk about, we are seeing now that the traders are fully pricing in a cut by July versus June previous to this number. But we also still have two more payroll data, non-farm, before that March meeting. So there's still a lot more data to come. This was December. We still have January and February, which will be released before the FOMC meeting in March. And so there's still a lot of data to come. This looks great right now, but we still have more data. And then just because I follow this closely, oil and gas extraction payrolls fell 1,200. And so this kind of goes along with my theme that we are seeing kind of a slowing in the shale industry.
Yeah, again, which supports higher prices for
Correct.
crude. Yeah. A couple things to talk about before we go. Let's take a look at the gold market. Some things I'm noticing. Gold, higher high, then it's pulling back a little bit right now. Anything that this matters too much to gold? What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, you would think on the margin, a better than expected payroll print that strengthens the dollar, bearish for gold. But look, I think, is this a sign of a real sustainable move in the labor market or not? Every other labor data point that we got over the course of the last, week or so was much worse than this one. I'm going to put a little bit of doubt on the BLS and what's going on there, but even the private sector payroll data was a lot worse. It looks like over 100% of the jobs were in healthcare and education. These aren't things that necessarily are moving, the economy. It's not manufacturing. It's not the shale stuff, as Shai mentioned. So, I mean, we'll see here. I think that's why gold is checking back a little bit, but it's still stronger on the day.
And then yen. So interesting. We talked a lot about the yen this morning. Yen has been strong over the last two sessions. Coming off of that recent low, it is now pulled back on it. Anything to note on why that's happening?
Same thing. I think same idea. Japan was closed last night, but we had yen strength, and then you get this better data point. You get some
rip in the dollar.
Exactly. But again, it's really not. The rest of the markets aren't really reacting as if like we're in the all clear here. It was a good data point. We had the chance of something really bad happening that didn't happen, but the trends of slowing labor market are still going to be top of mind to people, I think. So, we'll see what how that translates into for the rest of the day.
All right, we have less than a minute left. We'll go around the panel. Quick final thoughts before we go. Craig, we were already with you. Final thoughts into the trading day?
I think if NASDAQ fails here, it's a sign of weakness and a worry that the Fed is not going to be delivering any cuts and any more liquidity anytime soon. And so the rotation trade into a better, economy on the AI story favors things that are away from tech. We have the software issues that are going on. And so I would be concerned if I saw NASDAQ fail today.
Shai?
So I'm watching RTY, obviously the small caps. I will be a buyer on pullbacks on that. And then I just wanted to remind everybody about this meeting. If you are trading crude oil today, this meeting is going to be very important at 11 between Trump and Netanyahu.
Jimmy?
Gold. 50.80 is my line in the sand right here. We're trading right around it right now, and we'll see if the bulls have control or the bears have control. But there's a lot of resistance right here at 50.80. We're tracking it right now.
For me, it doesn't matter what you're trading, work stops. The data's behind us now. Focus on the technicals, understand the bigger picture themes. Don't fade where the strongest data points are supporting, and that's Russell. Everything else I feel like is got the possibility for a two-way trade. But again, data supports Russell to probably be bid. So on pullbacks, if you're looking to buy an index, that's where I'd focus, even Dow as well. That's go where the leadership is. But let's go over, we have a great lineup the rest of the day today. Boy, jam-packed. Next up, we have Tape Talk with Pharm. Then we've got Trade the Open with Leo and Kane. Midday Markets with, look at that crew for the midday markets. Is that Stowe in there?
That is.
I believe it is. Nick Fortick and XYZ. Trade the Close, Jack, Selma, and Joey. Team, unbelievable morning today. Thank you all for coming in here today. I appreciate you all being here in the studio. Chat, great morning with all of you. Hit like and subscribe. Next up, we have Pharm. Pharm, good morning.
Good morning, Deli. I'm not sure what all this noise is about. Who cares about anything non-farm, am I right?
Am I right?
Bringing dad jokes to markets, buddy.
Yeah. Well, you saw what happened this morning. They look at. I said it. The Gators. I'm in Florida. I'm using a Gator reference. They got the deer to drink the water. And they came in and
I love that.
Were sipping on that bond market, and they got snipped. I mean,
They did.
Look at this is. This is why you try to read the tea leaves and think what's going to be happening here with the bad jobs data from Hassett to I don't know who else was talking about it, and here you go, and it comes out as a banger number. Index is rallying, but from a technical perspective, let's take a look inside the tape and see what we have here. I'm gonna start with the ZB. I'm gonna start with the 30-year bond. This was the talk of the tape really this morning for us. Bond markets have come off of the recent highest high that they've had in several weeks, and we pulled back in range. We're telling everyone to keep an eye on the bond market to see if rates were going to continue to go lower. Bonds going higher means rates were going lower, and the bonds have pulled back. Non-event now, as far as I'm concerned. I think that it doesn't matter, right? I mean, you're always going to keep one eye on the bonds a little bit, but after a data point like today, if they would have accelerated higher, it would have been more interesting to see how they did the indexes. But back in the meat of this range, non-event to me. Crude oil this morning is interesting because Shai talked about how the job cuts were coming in the crude oil market, which means, let's face it, if you have less people drilling and working in the crude oil market, that supports higher prices. That's actually a positive for crude oil. I continue to say this is the market where if you're looking for a market that's trending, that's clean, this is the tape for you. Remember, there's micros here as well. I continue to box out any areas that dip into my area for crude oil. I'm a buyer of CL on dips. I think it's pretty straightforward. I mean, if you want to stay away from that equity volatility today and you want to look at a market that continues to show strength on any sort of news or any sort of dips that you think maybe they could excel lower, they don't. They get bought up. Crude oil is the market, man. For this so far this year, by far my number one look. And then the last thing I'm going to go to in NASDAQ, and then I'll let you take a look inside the indexes. NASDAQ is back inside the opening days range of the year. Nothing's happened. Don't get too overzealous here with what the NASDAQ could do. I think until we see the NASDAQ clear, I think if it clears yesterday's high, Pax and I talk about the opening days print. I've got the VWAP from the beginning of the year in the NASDAQ comes in not too far from here as well. It's really the NASDAQ, if it gets above 25,450 to 480, which area was resistance the past couple of sessions, maybe you can get a significant move higher. My next area of resistance, key resistance I have in the NASDAQ is 25,590. Until it gets above there on a daily close, I think the NASDAQ is... it's just going to be a two-way tape, but watch to see what it does to impact the S&P, man, because the S&P probably really trying to go higher today coming off of this news. But until I see the NASDAQ really show signs of strength, I don't think that the indexes are green light higher. Maybe more Russell and Dow are, but S&P and NASDAQ, there's more to play to this. I don't love it. It's not an easy trade to stick your teeth into any position. Just be careful out there. What are you looking at inside the tape today, Pharm?
Yeah, I mean they dug the hole, they set the trap, and then some dumbass stepped on a bunch of twigs in the last 30 minutes of yesterday's cash and like gave up the game, right? I don't know if you saw it, if you follow on X, I posted that like that spike down into the close yesterday was like the absolute last thing I want to see if I'm a bear. You can see this P-shaped profile that's forming, so it's like, oh yeah, we're all getting excited about this this P profile breakdown, right? And then they go and spike it in the last 30 minutes ahead of NFP, and it's like, how is that not a trap? Like, how is that not a trap, right? And sure enough, here we are. We got a little excursion below there overnight, and now sellers just completely rinsed, along with bond bulls, of course. So I don't even have a position, but like this is hilarious to me, and I enjoy this kind of thing. Just watching people get spun around sometimes. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of a jerk, but I agree. About this area on NQ, I have tentatively moved sort of a yearly level. We talked about the big yearly level hold at last Thursday's low. And I've got 369 to 469 is sort of like a rough, I mean, I don't know if it's 100 handles, but like on a yearly basis, that's nothing, right? So coming into that, this is still a range trade until proven otherwise, right? The body of the P is effectively a range trade. You can call 420 the top of the P. I think that makes sense. And something like 269, I think makes sense as like roughly the bottom of the P. But certainly breaking and sustaining above yesterday's high gets into sort of this big test, right? Up into 469. And then, the big kind of, I don't want to say final boss, but I mean, it kind of is the 25,516 to 25,538 that, been on about for a couple of weeks. So it's not out of the woods. I mean, this is another week of building volume below last month's value area low on NQ. So like, again, sellers have kind of accomplished something here, right? Now, if that's reclaimed, my position has been off that yearly hold last week. There is potential for a new high to be made on NQ. So like this is huge this week, and how it closes, whether or not this is defended up here, is incredibly important to me. So I would still, if not for that spike yesterday, I would have 100% been looking for some kind of a failed push through yesterday's high, right? Into I'm using 459 to 479 as kind of a range for today. I would have been looking for that to potentially fade if it failed back into yesterday's range. I'm a little bit less interested in doing so after I saw that spike. So at this point, I'm not sure what I want to trade in NQ NES today. It is, again, it's a range trade until proven otherwise. But I would basically say that, I mean, it looks constructive. The daily is framing higher, roughly, in this range. If they give it all back now, I mean, then you just hide the kids, right? I mean, if we take out yesterday's low after this move, then, I mean, it's going to look like hell. But short of that, everything looks constructive. It looks good. And we can play for this potential range break. I've got a minor spot, which actually we just pulled back on the 316 to 323. You can mark on your NQ chart as like sort of an in-between from yesterday's range. But I mean, big picture, it's going to be all about the meat of this. And until or unless sellers get back below yesterday's low, like, I mean, yeah, they got to get rinsed out here on NQ. So cautious still up here in the highs, got to respect it. It is still a range high. A big spot on yearly profiles, big spot on monthly profiles just above. But I mean, really careful fading this thing. I said, again, off that hold last week that, had we not tested that spot, I would have been fishing for a lower high to swing short, 100%. But given the fact that we did test that yearly level, I refuse to do so. I need to see sellers crack this back, take out a prior day low. They have not done that. So there's no reason to me to necessarily be looking to aggressively fade this at all, because it can come all the way back up. Who knows, maybe relative strength flips back to the NASDAQ given this. I mean, sure, we're going to price out some rate cuts at this point, but to me, and you kind of said the same, to me, the biggest risk to equity markets, like always, is recession, right? I mean, even inflation is like, okay, we get some rate hikes, whatever. It's not even that bad. for certain stocks, right? Inflation's not necessarily a bad thing. Elevated rates didn't hurt the big companies, but like a recession is a huge problem. So this to me really is a sigh of relief. And I think, maybe we watch the yen if it can't sell off after this. I mean, it sold, it snapped back up. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe bears can have some hopium if the yen just continues with strength in spite of this and it's like a news failure. Yeah, I mean, this looks good. It looks strong. Same thing for ES now. As long as NQ's not failing spectacularly, up in that 469 range, and maybe the 516 to 538 range, then I'm not necessarily looking to fade this as range high. I mean, ES, you have to keep in mind, ES and NQ both have an ETH high. The high has never been good. So some cleanup of that might be warranted. ES is obviously way, way closer than NQ is. But so for me today, again, I'm respecting the body of this P as a range until it breaks with continuation. We may just end up, I mean, we still have 34 minutes to go till open. This may just end up opening on a true gap up. So let's just run through the rules of what that looks like. If we open entirely outside of a prior day's range, that's a true gap. So in this case, it would be entirely above yesterday's range. If that's the case, you're just watching the open. I like to watch I'm not going to say 5 minute opening range because Pax will kill me. The range of the first 5 minutes, I like to watch. Basically seeing if bulls can sustain bids above the open 5 minute opening range, and whether or not sellers can initiate below the range of the first 5 minutes. And if they cannot sustain below the range of the first 5 minutes, then it looks to me like it's probably a gap up and go. And I'm looking to stay long. If we then instead see, an inventory correction, right? So we open and buyers cannot sustain above the range of the first 5 minutes and the open, then I look for a pullback to the prior day's high. So like we're kind of right at it right now. But this is sort of, again, 33 minutes left. That may end up being the trade today. If we fail back into yesterday's range, I think on ES, you're looking at kind of this 91, 94 spot. On NQ, you're looking 369, 388 is sort of the body, the meat of yesterday's primary distribution. I mean, as long as we're not cracking back levels back into yesterday's range, I think this thing is okay. So, I mean, it looks like we're probably going to be playing this as a true gap unless this thing rolls back over here pretty soon. And then, NQ's just, I got to click back over there because, I mean, it's coming into the spot right now, right? So we'll see. We'll see how this responds up here around 469 and then the big test 516 to 538. So interesting day for sure. And we still have some data left this week. So we'll see how things go.
Yep, this is it right now for the NASDAQ, as far as I'm concerned. And I love the way that the NASDAQ just squeaked out yesterday as low, comes right back in to range, goes right back to the top of range. But this is it. I mean, NASDAQ starts pushing above here. I think that gives the S&P a green light to keep moving higher. And the other indexes are already ready to roll, man. I mean, I said earlier this morning on the panel, I said today could be the day that sets the tone for us finally breaking out of this range. There is some work to do, and we have not seen, as you like to say, a minute of the regular trading hours open. But the fact that the NASDAQ did what it did overnight, just sneaking below that low and then getting back above there, and you're seeing what you're seeing now with the S&P, Dow, and Russell all really just staying bid. Indexes are working together. The fear of bad jobs and recession, all those things kind of put a little bit back now. I think way back. You wonder to see what comes in RTH today. But this is the place. We need to see the NASDAQ start to take leadership. I don't care what the Russell and the Dow continue to do until the NASDAQ says, hey, I'm back. The S&P is going to be a two-way tape, choppy. Again, might go higher today and take out previous day's highs, but unless the NASDAQ continues to lead, I think the S&P is a little bit choppy, so don't believe it's just green light straight higher. But if the NASDAQ does lead, don't want to fade that thing, man. You just don't. We've been in a range all year long, and if you really look at it too, Pharm, we've been in a range in the NASDAQ. Forget about just the year. We've been in a range in the NASDAQ. We were last at these prices going back to October of last year. So is this going to be the beginning of a bigger move? I don't know, but we've been in a range now long enough to where if we start to push on the edges and the indexes are going together, you watch out for that move. I think you can start getting more volatility. Again, good news is we're going to be volatile, I think, in the indexes. So, yeah, man, great having you here. As usual, everybody give Pharm a follow on his Substack. Check out what he's doing on X, and never miss an episode of him here in the mornings with me. We're on a few days a week together. We have fun. You get to hear all of his levels, 420, 269. You'll never forget them. It's just math. Just math.
That's right.
So like and subscribe to
That's right.
NinjaTrader Live so you don't miss them. And he's, of course, on the Sunday night show with that crew as well. All right, Pharm. I'll see you later, buddy.
Appreciate it, Ellie. Take care.
All right, everybody, just a quick recap, then we're going to get to the boys, Leo and Kane, to trade the open. Got a banger number this morning, bottom line. Unless you just woke up and just tuning into us now, welcome and good morning. Better jobs number, right? The bond market was leading higher. Everyone was worried about Hassett talking about, be prepared for bad job numbers. Everyone was talking about it, and then we get a great number, and bond market pulls back, dollar gets strong, seeing things push back against the dollar. So watch for that potential if the dollar stays strong, maybe a little bit of pullback in gold eventually, maybe some pullback in some of the currencies against the dollar. And like I said, the bonds are unwinding from what they have been doing the last couple of days, all because of this morning's jobs data. And again, you just heard Pharm and I talk about the indexes. The indexes are loving the markets right now. But again, it's all going to come down what the NASDAQ, I think, does here on previous day's high. So we'll see. All right, let's get ready to trade the open with Leo and Kane. Boys,
Good morning.
Good morning. Good
how you
morning.
guys doing?
I'm doing well. Good trading day so far for me. Yourself?
Good, man. Yeah, I mean, I think it's getting busy. Let's go, man. Speaking of let's go, we got that was great yesterday afternoon with you guys and having Stowe back.
Yeah, that was fun.
I'm glad to see Stowe back.
Yeah, we all are. He was a sweetheart at the network. He took time away, but he's back, and he will be on today, and he will be on a lot more often, which is good to see. We've got a busy day, boys, so I want to get right into it. This next segment is brought to you by Trade Prop and NinjaTrader Prop, where each and every week, Kane and Leo are going to discuss what's happening in the prop space. Kane likes to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the dirt, and even the dirty, if he'll share it. I'm always interested in, the dirt.
I think I got involved in the dirty this week on Twitter.
All right.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. I see Leo's out there. He's, I like seeing Leo, stirring things up out there. Kane, we will start with you. What's the word, brother?
Okay, so a few things. I think I guess the talk of the town right now is everyone's banning metals, or at least restricting them quite heavily. Apex have completely banned them, and I'll give my personal view. I'll give you the high level figures first, then I'll give you my personal view. Apex completely banned them. My Fund of Futures restricted all full metal contracts and added limits to micros, meaning like a 25K account, you can only trade like one micro gold. Yeah, whatever. Alpha Futures disabled it again, micro limits set on all of their accounts. And Top Step also banned them. At least again, the full metals and the micros. My personal view is I don't actually know why any of these firms other than Apex are doing it, because their risk is capped. This is a Kane view, not anything else. All of their risk is capped. I can't for any reason figure out why. If the VIX suddenly died to 6%, I can't imagine any of them are going to give me more contracts to trade. So the fact that they're restricting it feels a little bit scammy, in my opinion. There are firms that still allow you to trade metals in full. Tradeify, Lucid, Take Profit Trader. There are probably a few others. They're the three that I'm very familiar with. So there's zero restrictions on those three. So yeah, that's the talk of the town. I think a lot of people are really upset about it. I get it. Controlling risk in some capacity, and also because of the volatility, people can overall make more money quicker, or flip money and gamble money and do those things. I understand that, but also my kind of view on it is, if you're going to approach the table with the odds and all of those things. It feels a bit out of pocket to change those odds at the last minute when things don't kind of stack up in your favor. Again, my view. And then our favorite firm that we just like to take stabs at just seem to be burning themselves to the ground. They just seem to be doing everything and anything they can to get themselves into a worse reputation. TopStep launched their brokerage last week or this week. Again, I didn't really keep track of it. However, they also did so at the same time, they basically retroactively banned everyone for hedging, or at least failed all of their accounts if they've ever hedged on them ever, or any accounts. And I would get it if it was like something they did in like the last couple of weeks, but like there's even reports of people having evals for like, or funded accounts for like 6 months, and they've just got whacked on them. So I understand it, but also they set a precedent quite early on that you could do it, and they weren't really keeping people, accountable to it. And then suddenly they're now doing it off the back of, Trustpilot issues. They're getting in a lot of heat recently. So I think it's pretty bad for them. They did announce new changes to their live program as well, which actually I'm a fan of. I think it's better for the trader. I know a lot of people aren't going to like that. I think the negative is, and I've been very outspoken about this recently, is I think TopStep are probably one of the only few firms that have the ability to scale traders, like find the good trader in the rough and scale them, beyond the money they're owed from sim or anything like that. And I think the fact that they continue not to do that, personally, again, just the Kane opinion, is why I think that they're holding themselves back. But ultimately, it just proves that there is a lot of money to be made in sim for these firms, right? And I'm not against that. Still think it's a net positive on the industry, but I think that TopStep could handle all of this a lot better. And again, with their new live program, they have moved quite a lot of people to live. I think the general consensus here is that they just launched their brokerage. They want to, IB everyone to plus 500 and become the fastest growing brokerage or IB of 2026, which would make sense considering their user base. Again, I think it's just, chasing a dollar figure and kind of burning their reputation. Again, I think a lot of people have been outspoken about it, and famously quite loud quite loud TopStep coaches have just, gone to absolute ruins. They just have no words, and the words they do say are pretty poor from them. So overall, not too great. And I think the most positive thing that's been announced in the last week is CME are going to bring single stock futures back, or I say back, but not many people know that existed before, but they're going to bring them back to futures this summer, pending regulatory approval. I think that's the most exciting thing that came out this week. I think the rest of it is pretty negative. And that's it from me, mate, to be honest with you.
Yep. The metals thing, can they not go down to micros or like the 1 ounce? I mean, we have smaller products. I guess I'm curious. I don't know if the firms have discussed that. Is it just banning all metals, or is there going to be talk about just allowing just the smaller products?
I think they definitely, like I said, so Apex banned pretty much everything out the gate. I get that move, to be honest. That kind of makes sense to me. They're on the hook for silly amounts of money with their 20 accounts. There's no massive hard caps, so they could be on the hook for millions of dollars. We saw Brian run up $5 million trading silver. Again, whether he gets that, don't know. But I think the rest of the firms have basically just restricted everyone down to micros. And if you still want to trade it, you have to trade very small contract sizes. Again, I don't think that that's a nice thing, especially when, you have a My Fund of Futures account, you could get paid $5,000 of it. It doesn't matter if you make $5,000 in one trade or 50 trades. They're still on the hook for $5,000 on that one account for a set period. And okay, fine, you can only flip the coin so many times, and I think that's the target audience they're trying to stop. But you can only flip the coin so many times, and your risk is still capped. So where I think the risk is capped and this ban of metals, it just absolutely makes no sense to me. I just can't fathom it. It just doesn't make sense. And I would imagine, knowing what I know about the industry, I think more people are losing money on metals than they are making it. So they're restricting a small niche audience from making a lot of money when their risk is already capped. So I don't know, something's not adding up. Maybe, I understand the likes of like TPT, and again, sorry, I actually missed this. TPT actually have paused their live program. I get that people are trading 15 minis on their 150k accounts, trading silver and getting slipped 10 points for what could be a 4.5k loss on one account ends up being a 10-15k loss because of the size. I get that pause, right? Especially in a live market, especially considering their setup of their accounts. But the rest of them, it just doesn't make sense to me. I think people saw Top Step do it and they just like to copy it, and I actually applaud Lucid Traderify and Take Profit Trader for keeping those things in sim, because ultimately there is a cap on earning potential at these firms, which is fine. The cap is still good, but ultimately don't change the rules when the things don't stack up in your favor, right? That's just how I just don't like that. The volatility will die and they'll bring silver back and then no one will trade it again. And that's just the world. But like banning it because volatility suddenly kicks in, sure, but then give me more leverage when volatility dies out, you know? I don't know, not a fan of it. And I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
So they are just banning it. They're basically just pushing everyone to micros. So that's the consensus.
Got it. Well, thanks for giving us an update on that, and we'll see how that story plays out. Leo, what's going on with you on your side of things?
Not much. I mean, I think we're all the folks on the NinjaTrader Tradeovate side are looking for that announcement coming soon on the lockout feature, which I think is going to be incredibly beneficial for traders, including myself. I don't know how many times that I've had a great morning session, come back in the afternoon and, given some P&L back or even gone back to zero. And, that's just a function of, oh, I'm at my desk. Let me look at the charts. And, that lockout feature can be used by traders to, boom, I've made my profits for the day. I'm going to lock myself out. There's nothing I can do. I can't circumvent the system or do anything else to, get back into the markets. So I'm looking forward to seeing how everybody responds to that and starts to use it on NinjaTrader, Tradeovate, et cetera. So that's the big thing that, from a technology perspective, NinjaTrader's rolling out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely look for some new features and facelifts coming from NinjaTrader Tradeovate soon. It's going to be exciting when those things come out. And you'll make sure you're tuning into NinjaTrader Live. You'll hear about it here first. Leo, I want to get into a little bit of the dirty as well. Deli likes this stuff. So what's going on with you and X? And just talk a little bit more about what you're just seeing in the prop space. I want to hear from your perspective.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the biggest issue that I took up with the Top Step team, I guess, is that they're sending out these ban letters or they're basically deleting all profits for people, and they're saying, oh, well, you hedged your account back in October, November, so it's like they're going back 4 months of time and saying, oh, we're going to take some adverse action against you because of that. But I think what's missed in that is that, whether the policy is the policy, right? If you're not allowed to do something, but they allow you to do it and continue to take your money, and then 4 months later they go, actually, your hedging activity from 4 months ago now results in you being banned from the platform or all your profits removed. There are lots of people that were posting that, oh, I was just about to get to, take a payout, and then they took out all my profits away because of some alleged hedging that I did in October. And it may have been a 10-second mistake or, something like that, because the other thing that they allow you to do is copy trade, and they have their own copy trade platform that, allows you to copy trade, and those things make mistakes sometimes. And so I think it's just a matter of, if you're going to have a policy that enforces, and you're going to have enforcement mechanisms, they need to be real time, right? If you break a rule, you shouldn't be notified within the next day at least, or the same day, to say, you broke this rule, here's the actions, here's the consequences of breaking that rule. And you're essentially allowing people to spend a lot of money with you, and then later say, oh, well, you did this thing 4 months ago. We're not going to let you to pay, get a payout, or deleting all your profits, or you're banned from the platform. I just think it's a bad faith. And, I think I had a pretty open interaction with one of the coaches over there, and they basically dismissed that whole thing as I was, searching for some type of BS. And it's like, no, I mean, this is the reality of the situation, and nobody's willing to speak about it.
Yeah. Not cool. But you know what is cool? Stowe video. So before I let you guys go today, before we get to go today,
We're gonna run it back.
if you guys missed it yesterday, production, let's run it back.
The traders from NinjaTrader Live disappeared into thin air, leaving traders wondering if he'd ever return.
Huh? Who disappeared?
Honestly, I just thought he went out for a coffee.
Stowe? Is that the guy who kept singing Creed?
Attention traders, we found him.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
How great is that? Shout out to production putting that together. And Stowe, I missed you, brother. Glad to have you back. Boys, I hand it over to you guys. Going to be a busy trading day. Thanks for bringing us all the good, the bad, and the ugly of the space. We appreciate your openness and transparency about what's going on. And we look forward to this each and every week, keeping us updated. Thank you, boys. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Sally.
Cheers, buddy. See you later. Brother, long time no speak. It's been like 12 hours.
Yeah, it's I get really concerned when I don't hear from you for 14 hours. So glad we're within that threshold.
Yeah, no worries. I would make sure that you were the first person to know if I was unavailable to attend. Don't worry.
So something we haven't talked about really is the single stock future stuff.
I mean, we spoke about it briefly, right? I think it's good. It just depends on the details, right, of how they're going to make it happen and work and all those other things. I'm excited to potentially just trade some Nvidia, like maybe because it's like so heavily weighted to NQ, and I don't have to deal with the bullshit of ES. Maybe I don't know. It's definitely something I will take up. Maybe like monitor the Mag 7 a lot more.
Right.
If one of them looks better than NQ, maybe trade that. So. Yeah. I think it'd be cool, but it just depends on the devil in the detail and the margin requirements for doing so and everything.
Yeah, the margins and the liquidity, right? If the spreads are super wide, it obviously won't be worth it because you can just trade NQ and not deal with that or ES. But if there's good tight spreads and the margins aren't insane, I'll definitely be looking to trade them.
Yes, yeah. I think it'll be good. And also I think that just like it comes at a time when like prediction markets, event contracts, etc., like all of those things, they're just booming, right? Like Polymarket, Kalshi, like they're all just flying. So keeping everything centralized, and I know they're also coming to CME at some point. So I think it's a good step forward for the CME and probably gonna actually maybe steal some options volume that I guess CME probably need. Volume hasn't really grown a dramatic amount.
Yeah, I think the exciting thing about it is it gives, there's the futures markets from a retail perspective, I still think are relatively niche, right?
For sure.
There's a broader group of traders that just trade stocks or options. And a move like this, and I know they used to be around forever ago, but I think a reintroduction to single stock futures could bring some of that crowd over to futures trading. And if I want to grow the entire space or help grow it, this is a good way to do that. So personally, like I'm looking forward to seeing if this is something that CME does that helps grow the whole space overall. If we get somebody that, is wants to trade Tesla on futures, and then they learn about NQ and ES and other markets they can trade. I think that's a great thing ultimately for the industry.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Which is, again, just devil in the detail. If it comes out and the details are horrible, won't touch it. If they're
Yeah.
good, I'll be all over it,
Yeah. What are you looking at for today?
Honestly, brother, I was short this morning into a pretty nice setup for me. I was short off of, where was it? Yeah, here, 257, and I was short basically for 30 points, 40 points, but I was sized pretty well on it, especially for a London trade. Added into it several times, and then closed out. So I'm kind of something that's is going to have to really invite me to touch the market today, especially after this NFP move. Um, with 200 points higher, well, a little bit less, but 200 points higher off the lows. I said yesterday I would want to sell it all day. Nothing really changes there. So the higher we go, the more I want to sell it all day. But again, we just got straight above yesterday's open, no gap, nothing, or slight gap up maybe.
Mhm.
So I don't know. We'll see how the open progresses. If we get bearish open, I'm looking pretty good. Looking pretty good for me. I would have normally sold some sort of retest here at like 425, so at least something. But it's not pretty enough, and I don't want to give back my money. So
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
about
I
you?
think anything in this low volume area, the month open we have at 529, the year open at 478, and there's just this little volume node here that, basically coming from below, it could be, resistance. Obviously the jobs numbers was great, so maybe people get all bulled up and we just punch right through here. I don't think it'll be that straightforward, but on the bigger picture, there's this big balance area. Yesterday we, kind of pierced below it, tagged the week open and rallied right out. We were on stream when that happened, and there was just as a really difficult trade to get into. But it's just one of those things where so there's two scenarios here. The bigger picture, we have this kind of break of the balance area. They got back inside of it, tested the low end of it, found support, and now we're coming up to an area that's been resistance. If you just look here at 86, here again at 403, it's been kind of that, over underline, for quite a few sessions. So if we get moving, I think I'm not going to step in front of the freight train.
Yep.
But I don't think it'll be, personally, I don't think the open will be super easy to trade. So I will, stay small. I'm on micros today and see what we can get from a setup perspective.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, even like looking at your chart, especially with the amount of volume that's built up there, I think if they can get through this area, it just shows that everyone that was selling this yesterday, they're either going to want to sell it higher and they get back through the range, or they're forced to buy this stuff now. But like you said, I think the open is what will determine how that looks like, and luckily we don't have to wait too long. I like this 3 drive lows though from yesterday, and especially overnight. Look below previous day low, immediately reclaim. It's pretty bullish, in all honesty. Chat, how's everyone doing? We should like the stream, by the way, because
I did.
you did?
Yeah.
I did as well on all 247 of my accounts. So that's why we have 248 likes.
That's why we have 248.
Yeah. We should like the stream because Stowe's going to be back in on the morning session, not trade the close, and we should reward him with a lot of likes. That's what I think. We're not going to steal the likes. We're trying to reward Stowe for the likes. We're going to hand them all over to him. What's my opinion on the top step changes? I think I went over that. You can rewind and look. I'm not for, not against. I'm just disappointed. Sounds so adult, doesn't it?
I'm so disappointed.
Hmm. Tell you what though, they really fucked up so many of their announcements, you know. They announced that the new consistency account, there was a 10K payout cap. The guys then confirmed that was a typo and there was an error. Like, billion-dollar company, by the way.
They have never been great at communication.
Yeah. What do you think, right? Do you think that Top Step read all the tweets? What do you think? I'd say Top Step,
Oh,
but obviously that, yeah.
I know for a fact they do.
Yeah, I know as well. People are like, oh, Top Step don't care. They don't read. They don't read these tweets. Trust me now.
They
I can
do.
tell you without a shadow of a doubt, they're up till early hours of the morning reading this bullshit about them, and
Yeah, I
they
mean,
take it personally.
one of the tweets that I sent yesterday in reply to one of the coaches, I won't name any names, he he moved my comment to hidden. So if you're hiding comments, I mean, clearly you don't want other people to see it because it's a bad look. It's a bad look to hide comments too. Like either be open, be willing and open to have the conversation, or just don't get on social media.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But it's it's funny, right? Their view is they can stand up and they can say, you know, all the really nice things, but they're like, you know, we take the negatives to the team on board. Like, I'll be the first to say, if Tradeovate was down for several days, I would make a statement about it saying it's not good, it's not good enough. I'm working with it, I'm pushing the team to help, you know, communicate and take some stress off of it and do those things, because it's a platform that I've endorsed over and over, and I turn up on this stream every Wednesday. I wouldn't stay silent on that, and I would be giving everyone a hard time. That's just who I am. But like,
I think you've done it before too.
yeah. Like I got in some trouble for some tweets sometimes, you know. Like truthfully, I have. Like I've got the stern words. But the truth of the matter is like you can't play the good and then ignore the bad. Like that's just not the way social media works. You want to be a charlatan, be it all the time, you know. Like so, I don't know, the silence from them and like it's just funny, and it kind of just it reinforces to me that these people are just there to, you know, work for Top Step and do those things, which is
Yeah.
fine. That's
Right.
cool, like whatever.
Yeah.
But don't die on the sword if you can't die on the sword. You know, when it
Yeah.
actually comes to the dying part, you actually have to die on it.
When it comes to sticking the sword in, you actually have
Yeah,
to let it
yeah,
go.
you actually have to just do the thing, you know. So
Damn, that's sharp.
in my opinion, what's the prop that's best bang for your buck? Honestly, there's so many different things for different. I will die on the hill that like Apex is the best ROI, but it's the hardest. You know, like it's just straight up the hardest. So it depends. A lot of people don't like trading drawdown. Respectfully, I get that, but if I was, you know, turning up here every day, wanted the best ROI, Apex would be my choice, especially considering. But at the same time, the likelihood of you being able to extract that ROI is slow. It's not slow, sorry, it's low, you know. And then you have great options. If you want to get paid daily, you have Take Profit Trader. You want to, you know, get paid weekly, you have Lucid, you have Traderify. You know, there's so many good options out there. And they have plans that kind of fit everyone's different needs and niches. Maybe you're a scalper and I don't know, you know, 30-second scalping rule is probably not for you. You're in and out of the market in a couple of seconds. You need to find a firm that allows that, you know? So,
Oh, 1 minute.
yeah, 1 minute. I think they just spike. If they spike this high and then can sell below and open, I mean, ES has already done it. Um, so yeah, do TPT have a profit cap? They do. Yeah, they do. You can only make $10,000 in a day. If you do make that, you get moved to live. But right now, that doesn't exist because they paused their live program because they're currently experiencing some slippage issues with metals. Oh, if ES sells off of 7,005 again, it's probably not looking great for the day. They're pushing through now. Kane, do you agree that a 50k prop account is equal to a 2k live account? No, because 2k live account is no rules, no nothing. Do I agree that a 50k prop account is 2k of drawdown? Yes, yes, I do. At least for the firms that offer 2k drawdown, you know? But you also have to understand that there is leverage there, right? Man, this is looking like if this starts to sell, this could look very good.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
You come for the company, not how to trade. These are two of my fave traders. Appreciate that, PBH.
Yes, and Q are diverging a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I like it though. Chat, did anyone trade today so far? Are you in the green? Are you in the red? I assume you're all in the green because you would never tell me if you were in the red. Honestly, you guys have like done a 180. Normally you're all mean to me and everyone's being really nice today. And I don't know I don't know if I like it. I'm so used to the meanies.
Because I'm here.
Yeah.
I had to refresh my opening range thing was not working right.
Kane, are you being nice today? I'm always nice, Fractal. To suggest otherwise would be mean. England sucks. Yeah, true. I just didn't take this 436 tap. Hourly high off of here. Got a long way to go back down to that 4 hour though.
I mean, just that opening print for the year is just proving to be an area where sellers continue to engage. I missed the opportunity to jump into it.
What's the opening price to NQ? Yearly
418.
price.
418. Oh,
418.
sorry. The yearly price is 478.
Oh yes, they're just literally selling it just above. What
Yeah.
about ES?
I don't know. I don't have that marked.
Okay, I'll figure that out. Give me a second. Let me go to the yearly contract. The yearly price, opening price of ES is 6994. No, that's a lie. The yearly price is I'm looking at last year. Is 6902. 902, yeah, 902. Cheers, boys and girls. We could just always ask the chat. I forget we have the chat for this sometimes. Yeah, this is looking great. I'm a pussy though, and I didn't touch it, so they're both selling off of their 30-second OR after making high of day. Pax would tell you to sell the absolute shit out of this, I'm sure. With back adjusted ES.
Pretty good here with 430s. If we get a retest, will be a good trade. That or mid.
Yeah.
There's an LVN right there. You know, considering what happened up here at this high, I think if we get that test, I'll look for that short.
Agreed.
What are we doing here? Okay. They just swept this. Every time they sweep it high, they just sell from it in this range here.
It's like that broadening wedge, isn't it? They're making new lows and new highs.
Yep,
Ceres, the strat sniper, would be loving this, I'm sure.
for sure.
$26K is a magnet. You know what is a magnet? Zero. It's always a magnet. Price is always trading to zero. It just deviates a lot of points in the process.
We're gonna get that rally up to the mid. Uh-oh. Found the buyers of the week mid.
Yeah. What's the opening time frame for the OR? Everyone has different time frames for that. Some people use the 5, some people use the 15, some people use the 1, some people use the 30-second. I believe the historical correct opening range from the
30
CME
seconds.
is the 30-second, yeah.
And that's really gonna chat my ass.
The 420 guy just turned up a little bit lower today.
Yeah.
Stowe's probably having a bit of fun with him, no doubt. Yeah, the true OR man is Pax, right? The 30-second OR, that's his bread and butter. So I would side with that. Kane, you seem totally 420s friendly. I have never done that. That's a serious statement, by the way. Never appealed. I smoked half my life, so didn't need to or want to do anything else. Yeah. It's what the CME uses. The 30-second OR. ES back below 7K now. They are as a massive line in the sand for indices right now, isn't it? Do we have any more data this afternoon, like at 10? Let me check.
I don't think so.
No, we have nothing. What do I think about Axia Futures? I have no idea who Axia Futures are. Let me have a look. Learn to trade with elite traders in London. Yeah, I would avoid that, I'm sure. I don't know enough about it, but I would say that it's probably not worth it. Axia's legit. They're dudes with a shit ton of monitors. Okay, yeah, but then if you guys know more about it than I, then great. I would say this, right? Axia is close to a gold standard of prop. Well, it seems like they're a glorified education company, the same as SMB, where they make all of their money from people learning to trade and not from people actually trading with them. Take from that what you will. Sure, they make, some of their traders make a lot of money, but Is an S&B legit? I mean, historically, yeah, they are, But like, if you're making hundreds of millions of dollars from trading, why do you have a 150K worth of education for people to just learn to trade? They have floors in London and Cyprus. Yeah, Cyprus is the red flag for me.
Why? What's up with Cyprus?
It's like a hotspot for FX scams. Like every unregulated European brokerage is run out of Cyprus.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't know enough about Axia to comment on them. I would say if they're a legitimate prop, fair enough. I don't know enough about them. So Cyprus is tax free. They don't trade FX. I know they don't. I'm just saying. You find a large unregulated FX brokerage and they will have an office in Cyprus. That's what I'm saying. Okay? But I don't know enough about Axia. I was asked and I don't know enough and whatever. Do you want to learn from them? Learn from them. Kane, tell us about your vibe coding, or was that just bands? No, that's not.
And has impeccable vibe coding skills.
I have perfected the prompt coding world. Oh, this guy's talking about SMB. Which guy? Me? I don't know enough about Rain. What I will say is I really respect Tom, and he trades there. So there we go. I trust him to, you know. No, no, bro, I know you're being serious. So is Lance Breinstein. Look, guys, I'm not going to get into this, all right? Okay.
You are getting baited, man.
You can all have your opinions on whoever you want. I've said what I've said. The end.
Damn. Yeah, I was wanting to get short up here in these 92s, but it's just not.
It's just a hard point to
It's
get
not
risk.
giving me enough fucking of a time to look at it,
And also, where you, like for me, I know that you're like a 12, 15 point stop guy. For me, it's like
You would have
that,
to have your stop at the high.
or like at least above like some. I'd have to like cover like 440s, at least. And at this point, that's like a 50-point stop. So like I just, it's whatever. Do I have any info on my Forex funds comeback? Nope, not one bit. Do I use Clawbot? Nah, I don't. Okay, what's your views on Leo the Tiger? That guy's an arsehole, honestly. Massive arsehole. Fucking hate that guy. What's with the red Duke hat? It's a hat made from Duke and Dexter, and that's it. Do you have any more questions for me today, chat? I'm rolling them off.
I'm just letting you go.
I know.
I'm waiting for a trade here.
Yeah. I'm probably going to wait for 10. Do I have an account with Mount Gox? No, I avoided that. Happy 40th. Let's go. I was only 32 last week. Thanks. I'm not from Sussex, bro. I'm sorry. What color's the sky? Is Kane in the files? That's funny. Oh, who remembers the BitConnect? Do you remember BitConnect? Is that like a thing for you? Were you like involved? Did you like get that on your timeline? Leo?
What'd you say?
BitConnect. Can you remember what BitConnect was?
BitConnect. No.
Holy, bro, you like the fact that this thing exists and people just aren't aware of it is fucking mind blowing for me. Bro, there was this whole crypto scam that I think like 90% of crypto got sucked into.
Hold on.
Yeah, go on.
I'm gonna try to get in this short here. I'm gonna use a wider stop. Just keep my size small.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, we're at the top of this volume area, right? So right at the bottom of the OR, the 5-minute OR, not the 30-second. At the top of the volume area where there's lots of absorption. This is an MNQ, so it's not, equal to what we're seeing in NQ. But I just want to give it a shot. It looks like ES is trying to run. Okay.
Yeah, these buyers just got rewarded pretty
I
fast.
really
didn't they?
don't mind taking a stop here. Am I gonna get blessed with the clutch stop loss placement? No. Come on, sellers. I mean, they're just buying it so heavy.
Yeah, but they're not really going anywhere, are they? For the amount they're buying. That's I guess, the thesis of this.
All right. Still willing to take this mid trade. That's what I should have waited for.
Well, I'm not logged in. That's a problem.
All right, we're back in this mid now. I mean, it is a freight train, but guess what?
Fuckers. I wasn't logged
Stats
in.
are stats.
What do I log into? This one.
There we go. That's what I should have. I should have just waited for that over mid trade.
It's a lesson here. Make sure you're logged in.
You're not even logged in.
No, I'm not even logged in. And it hit sell and it just came up saying log in. I didn't even fucking get it. Oh well, we move.
Look at that beauty.
Yeah, that was nice.
All right. I'm going to try to take one.
F's in the chat for Kane, yeah. For real today. I'm just logging into TradeAway on my second screen. It's a great entry. If they give it a little reoffer here, I could be convinced. Yeah, my TradeAway is now loading. Anyone else is loading? Chat, help me out. Is this a Kane problem or is this a TradeAway problem? It's down. Huh? It's glitchy. No, I'm stuck in a trade. Okay, it loaded for me.
I overcovered the short, so I'm flat now.
Oh. Great trade though, bro. Push you a little bit up, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, Shake, I hate it when it does that, right? Like when I'm trying to trade and my platform is playing up and then I would have made money on that trade. I never complain though about the times I would have lost. I'm cool with that.
I guess I got out at a good spot. It's like, all right, maybe that mistake would have worked well for me.
Man, it feels good to see a DOM on your screen. Can't lie.
On my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will never put it on my screen because I have you, but it looks good.
Oh, thanks. We got a couple more tweaks and we're gonna put it out like a first first beta of it very soon.
Does the 3-minute look good for 50% delivery at the range? But it kind of already it already hit it. That's the problem. Craig, it's almost like you are tweeting that and you are giving your opinion. No, you're good. I appreciate the commentary, to be honest. But when you were like, and should therefore be paying the lowest interest rates, if I didn't see the caps for the first one, I thought it would have been your opinion, but you're at the mercy of YouTube character cap. Yeah, caps is the clue, yeah. I'm surprised the whole tweet's not in caps, to be honest. Anyway, TLDR, Trump is saying that the jobs number is far greater than expected, and United States should be paying much less of its interest on bonds, meaning that the US is going to save roughly $1 trillion.
Can we see my full chart for the moment? Yeah, production can swap to my full chart.
Okay, I can log in now as well. That is actually nice. Hey, I'm in. Looks like choppy stuff. Yeah, it's not the cleanest. Okay, Gary, that made me laugh. $1 trillion, big deal. I've spent that much in evals. Shout out, Gary. I've actually never had Trader screw me over other than on the mobile app. That's honestly the truth. And I tweeted about the mobile app, and the team told me, yeah, the mobile app sucks. You should use the NinjaTrader one. And since I've done that, I've had no problems with the mobile app. But to be honest, I kind of just vetoed that in general. So yeah, I I have no problems with TraderBait. In fact, I have more problems with TradingView, right? In all honesty, I have always have TraderBait on one of my tabs open somewhere. I've been trying to open 4 sub accounts with NinjaTrader for a few days. They keep denying all but one. It's because they know you work for the government, mate. They don't understand your true intentions with 4 sub accounts. Craig, you're gonna have to reassure me that the BS department is not the bullshit department. No, I know. I was kidding. I'm just trying to get through this chop, Craig. Couple of Fed speakers. Are the Fed speakers of importance today, team?
Yeah, I mean, you're right about the chop zone. We're just trying to, survive the chop.
We're approaching 10. I wouldn't mind a look above and fail, but I actually don't think that will happen. I think that 10 is likely to sell down and they buy it back. That's kind of the thing. The Fed is way more important than the government. I don't have an opinion on that. Nevin, yes, I normally do. I will normally, if I have a 50% target, like I do now, say I was short ES, right, into this, and NQ already hit this level, the same level that is marked, like that first area in a low, I would be out, or I would be heavily trailing my trade. But to use this trade as an example, NQ here, I would be out at this area irrespective of ES hitting it or not. Because I only trade NQ. But if ES hit it, I would be a finger on the close button. We get too many upticks and I'm out.
The yearly open continues to be the beast.
What the fuck happened here? I looked away for a split second.
Yeah, you looked away and we started moving. So it's
Yeah.
all it took is for you to stop looking at the chart.
No worries, I'll keep closing my eyes for you boys and girls. Yeah.
Am I still in the trade? No, I overcovered on accident. Thanks for talking about the OR mid the other day. Been using it the past few days. Nice. Love that. Where can we get that down for NinjaTrader? You'll be able to get it in a couple of weeks. It'll be free. And that was just teamwork effort between me and NinjaTrader Live.
You can, however, pay me access for it.
You can pay Kane. You have two options. You can pay Kane and you can get it, or you can get it from me for free. Which I think it will be on the NinjaTrader ecosystem. Pretty sure that's where it's going to go. But I think it's also going to go on kind of a dedicated page, if you will. We're still working through some of those details.
You should call it the Big Beautiful Dom. That's what you should call
it. Are you sure?
I think so. I think you might get a few visitors that aren't intended
the
for
Big
that,
Beautiful Dom, huh?
Yeah. Make the Dom great again.
Make the Dom great again.
See, they love it. They love it. obdom. The obdom, yeah. The big, beautiful dom. I think that's what it should be called, and I'm going to copyright that, and you're going to pay me royalties on it now.
I think they're going to bait me into taking along here in a moment.
Yeah, sadly.
Oh, what happened? Oh, 10 a.m.
Yeah, 10, yeah. I would need that low to get taken on a yes, sadly. And NQ now. Damn, it's the boys. How you doing?
Good
Good morning,
morning.
boys.
Good morning.
Where the hell is Stowe?
Who?
I don't know who that is.
What?
I don't know. Some guy that went out for milk and cigarettes 18 years ago.
Yeah. He told me he was just going out for milk and never came back.
It's funny. He didn't even say, "Hey guys, how are you?" He just went, "Where the fuck is Stowe?" So he just doesn't want you around.
I
So
know.
Are you
that's kind
shocked?
of rude.
Are you
Yeah,
shocked though
no.
after the events of last Wednesday?
Hey, I'll let you two discuss that. Me and XY, we'll just be bystanders.
Well, apparently during Trade the Close yesterday, you guys at this point have offended the chat. We're even there over talking about it. Apparently,
Wait, what?
I
the
have
chat
no
no
idea.
longer wants to hear about apparently the Nick and Leo feud that is still going on allegedly.
Yeah, it was too much, Nick.
Apparently, it's just
We had-
people take it to heart and don't understand that this is
We-
Leo and I off screen always.
We had too much fun to the point where it's people are emotionally invested in it now, and they're tired of hearing about it.
Yep.
I would like to second that. Thank you.
Regular milk or raw milk? Actually, grass-fed A2 milk is what Stowe went out for.
No wonder he was gone so long.
There's a joke for newborn milk there somewhere for parents.
Have you boys traded this morning at all?
Yeah, I'm short from the top ropes again. Shocker.
Yeah, I've been literally.
I
just
took the OR mid short and
shorts.
then overcovered, so I'm just
I
watching
regret
this.
taking my runner off. No.
I'm still in the runner. I'm holding for the week open, honestly. I feel like it needs a tag.
The week
Again,
open.
it just got
Where's
it got a
that?
tag yesterday or
I think it
overnight.
needs another.
Huh?
You think he's going to hold on this tap?
Nope.
Oh, so you're just praying for
Well,
Armageddon.
okay, Leo, I want an RTH tap. How about that?
Yeah.
Because we didn't have one.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, we did, but we just kind of blew through it.
We literally all in the same trade today.
no, I didn't take any. I wasn't logged in.
Oh, I overheard earlier something like, oh, you should probably log in first before you take a trade. And then you missed your entry because of it, right?
Yeah. I was like, oh, wait, I'm not logged in. And then the trade just tapped and went. I was like, for fuck's sake.
Let's see. Nick, where are you short from? You said top ropes?
460.
Oh, yeah. I shorted up there.
Actually, just top rope.
This was my third ad though. Like my about to be stopped out, like third entry as I was scaling in. Like if we got over I think it was 480s, I was stopped out for a 4 lot. So this was the last one. I think everything else was pretty much in the mid 50s.
Yeah, I shorted up there down to VWAP, and then I shorted the reoffer down another 100 points. And now I'm regretting taking off that second short because I wanted to see the 230s, and I think the market also wants to see the 230s.
I mean, yesterday's close would be nice, 220.
Mm-hmm.
I was like frazzled. I was trying to like screenshot and tweet to try to promote the stream. So in between doing all that, I'm like looking at I pretty much just got baited out of the runner because I looked back at my screen at some point. I'm like, there's so much buying here. I should get out.
I'm surprised you haven't vibe coded a way to shit post your screenshots.
Is that real?
Just find a way to automate it. I'm sure there is. Sure, you could build an agent to do it, or somebody has already to automate social posts.
I'm sure I
You just
can't
feed
do
it the
it.
screenshot, and it'll do it for you.
That's pretty cool. I should look into that. Yeah, I was like, oh, first short I was like, all right, screenshot this, blah blah blah, and then I got flat, and I was like, okay, I think we're gonna take another short.
So we just collapsed the NFP move, basically back where we started.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's pretty fucking
Classic.
bearish. Easy
Leo,
to
how do we get
Excel.
that big, beautiful Dom?
You will just have to wait about 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 2 to 3 business days.
Bit
They
impatient, aren't you,
wish.
Nick?
We're just trying to dial in the pricing.
Yeah, exactly.
We're debating between free and absolutely free
Yeah.
because there is a difference. Somebody made that joke before. Some stand-up comic has made that bit, and I can't remember who it is, but I've heard that now that I just said that. I didn't make that up.
I think you did.
If somebody in the chat knows, I remember that from a bit from some stand-up that is not coming to my mind.
Well, I guess it's damn, right out of there. Right out of the 460s. Perfect. Failed peak above, man. I got in. I was willing to take that short. The market was rallying during that time, Nick. I mean, you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
But ES's low was so shitty looking. I was like, well, if they're gonna go down there, it's got to be from here.
Yeah, ES kind of rejected at a spot I somewhat was expecting it to
That low was like
reject.
heavy. It was like
Yeah.
flat and the prints were uneven. So I'm like, well, if there's any time to take this short here, it's now.
Yeah, ES just lost all interest of buyers at last month's value area high.
Kind of stalking a bit of a long, but not quite ready to pull the trigger.
I mean, yeah, just back to the pre-print would kind of make sense.
Right.
Yeah, she's got there, yeah.
I am gonna start trailing this because I'm not gonna let a 200-point runner come all the way
That's
back.
a banger of a trade.
Unreal.
Lucky. I mean, I was one more decent sized bid away from this turning into a solid $2,500 loss. So
Yeah.
it worked out.
Hey, that's the name of the game, brother. Any way to avoid fake reversals from standard deviation levels? Not really,
Morning, Paul.
to be honest. They're kind of just areas where you want to see retracements, and if you wait for divergence around those levels, typically they give you a chance to get break even on them. XY, did you find an editor, or do we ask the chat?
I thought you were gonna send me an editor.
I
And
did ask a few people, yeah.
how much do they charge? That's the question.
Well, you're gonna have to pay Kane tax, so probably like $53 million per video. You can afford it though.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's good, I think.
I mean, I was looking at this tweet yesterday about how apparently Chipotle's CEO. Do you know Chipotle? I mean, do you guys have Chipotle over there?
We don't have Chipotle over here, but I
So
know
the
about it
CEO
because Nick is bearish on Chipotle, and he made it very clear that we
yeah.
should just short it.
I have been
Yeah, there's
bearish
this thing
Chipotle
about
since
during
middle
the
of
call.
2025.
the CEO is like, oh, you know what? We could just keep raising our prices as much as we want because, our customer base, 60% of them is like they make 100K a year, whatever. We're
I
gonna
did see
target them. We're
this.
gonna lean on them. And I'm like, you know what? Is that why I haven't really been eating Chipotle? Because I just can't afford it.
I mean, it's super expensive now.
Also, is it really that good?
No,
Didn't
they
I
think
changed
so.
all the
it's
meat,
not that
everything.
good.
I mean, Chick-fil-A did the same thing, but I would say they haven't increased their prices so dramatically.
Yeah, but Chick-fil-A's pretty fucking good.
No, it is still good. I
Yeah.
guess that would be the difference too. They changed the quality of their chicken, but it didn't actually hurt them that bad. It still tastes pretty much the same. But now they use that antibiotic chicken.
You know what sucks is that if I actually held my runner to target, I would be at a 5-figure day, but I'm not because I chickened out. 60 points higher.
Okay, and how do you say Aussie dollar? Like that? Or are you asking me how I say the Aussie dollar pair? What I call it? Because I also just call it Aussie dollar.
HEB barbecue best value. I want to check out HEB. I've never been to HEB.
You gotta
Amen,
come to
brother.
Texas.
Chick-fil-A is whack. Whoa, whoa.
Honestly, XY only eats at Nobu now, so he graduated
Is that
from
true?
Chipotle. Yeah. He gets Nobu DoorDash to the house.
Oh man, if I were living like that, man. It's like if I won the lottery, something, but there would be signs.
You would just own a Nobu and live above it. Chipotle is healthy fast food you can buy. Fuck, they are melting this, and I'm
Dude,
actually
Nick
frustrated.
is
Hey,
cash.
chilling, Nick.
He's cash. Nick, you gonna move that thing or
Yeah, I'm trailing this.
you gonna move it like oh man, if
But I'm about to be. I'm probably
you
gonna
don't
kill this
you
short
don't
here in
want
a
to
second.
just like lock in a little more, making me
Oh,
squeamish.
bro, this thing just dropped 40 points in a second.
Nick's taking us to Nobu tonight.
Oh, we're about to hit a new low of day. What the
Here's
fuck?
that week open. Here's the week open, Nick.
Oh, don't worry, the limit's there.
Watching Nick's runner is more stressful than the trades I was in.
Wait, Leo, can you say Aussie dollar?
Aussie dollar.
Well, that doesn't sound too much
No, but like
different.
the real way.
Well, how do you say it then? XY.
Aussie dollar.
Oh.
Well, we don't sound Australian?
No, oh, no. Someone said in chat like the Americans don't say it correctly.
Aussie dollar?
Yeah. Nick, where's your TP?
It just got hit at the
Never.
week open, so
His
I was about to
Nice.
say.
heard me.
Hell of a
Congrats,
trade,
bro.
man.
That's fucking unreal. You literally
Dude,
shorted
did you
the
just get
high
like a
to the
400
low.
point trade or something?
300 points.
Yeah. High of day to low of day. Unreal.
Look, hey, look. When you talking about the champion, though,
yeah.
when you talking about the champion, the undisputed.
Are you really doing this right now, XY?
Did you win, Leo? At the end of the day, the leaderboard.
Who needs
did you
haters
win?
when you have friends like these?
Now we can bounce. I got my target.
Sick.
And
So
bounce.
What do we do now
Well,
then?
They just bought 200 and sold 300 at the same price. So I think 155s are pretty important right now. Someone certainly thinks they are.
What's the next
They're
trade? Well, if it
buying-
bounced here, it wouldn't
There's
shock
some
me.
heavy
At
buying
least,
right now.
at least for just the reflexive short covering bounce up to 220s would not shock me right now.
Yeah.
Like short covers, like everyone had that same target to the week open, buyer step in.
Even
And,
just like
like,
a retrace.
That just
pullback.
makes sense. Like that's just a very simple technical trade.
That level is super fucking weak now. You know,
Mhm.
Which one?
I don't think this is going to hold if
the week
we
open.
get another reoffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a no from me, I think. It's already gone. Wow.
Yeah, 155's. Oh man, 190s.
Yeah, they're just sending it.
All
Ooh,
right.
500
that
lots.
190
I'm gonna-
guy.
500 lots of 190s.
I
I'll
got
say
short
like
here.
500 lots 155s because they sold 300 and bought 200. So
Let's see if
someone
this-
absorbed 300 and lifted 200.
Let's see if we just run over this guy trying to short.
I'm getting short here. Going for the aggressive continuation trend move. 82.
Blew out my eardrum.
Who did?
Fucking had TradeAway open in a tab and I just heard order
Oh.
filled.
It's so loud. Take a couple off. Come down to 2. This is a pretty aggressive trade, so
Down to
new lows.
Magical
would be-
box.
would be
Reoffered
nice.
this thing?
What?
yeah, Leo did.
You guys
Yeah,
both
yeah.
reoffered this? Oh,
I'm
No,
short
I didn't.
182.
I'm done. That's a
yeah.
I bought
I'm
170, but it's a trade that keeps me out of the market for the rest of the day if it doesn't play out.
Oh, you got long? I didn't realize you got long.
It's okay, brother. It's not a high conviction trade, so
Neither is mine.
we're heading. Let's see if we break this down to what the 25 70s,
I mean, the magic
60s?
box would be nice. 100s.
Yeah. 2570.
Whoa. I wouldn't want to see him reoffer 190s though, so for me it's a get through or get out. I just walked it down, it's 180s now.
$170s is like the line in the sand right now.
Yeah, that's where I'm long.
Yeah, the order flow there is basically like it's do or die. If they can really get it going above, it's pretty strong. There's a lot of buying, but then if they
Yeah.
lose, it's probably gonna waterfall some more. There's a lot of buying there. It's Kane, obviously.
It's not me, I can assure you.
A lot of buying. 170 to 172. They gotta get what they want.
Yes, do or die, and it's definitely die in this instance, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Waterfall.
Take one
Okay.
off here.
I'll keep my money from the morning. I don't want to touch this now. It would have been nice to ride this down, but
It's actually a crazy move down. Like not even a
Oh, it's-
pullback that scales the day's range to some degree.
yeah.
The EMA is so far away. The market just doesn't even care. They're just running this thing down.
I mean, how many times have we sat at the 420s and sold off this week? Every day.
It has been 420s. Wow.
Yeah. We did it on Monday. We did it yesterday and did it again today. Got a little
Yeah.
Leo, that OR mid is at like the 420s.
I'm like
So is the
opposite of
RTH open.
Pax. When I'm trading, I'm hardly even looking at what price it is. I'm just like looking at the DOM order flow and then volume profile.
The question is it 420s or 7,000 ES?
It's true.
It would be both.
Yeah, of course. I was being
So you just try
facetious.
70s again? 170s, 138 lots stuck. That's not good.
Yeah, they're really just trying to sell it through this low.
Well, I guess
So
we're gonna go down 25 even. Looks like the next spot.
sad because I genuinely wanted to sell it all day, every day today.
Earlier, yeah, I remember very vividly overhearing, something about you didn't log in and it gave you a prompt to log in so you couldn't get in the short.
I mean, yeah, even yesterday I was like, I just want to sell it all day tomorrow. And it is what it is. I've got no one to blame but myself. And the chat, obviously.
There's no chance this is the low, says Apple Butter.
Buy it.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah. It's a good thing about trading is you can put your money where your mouth is.
Maybe, hopefully he's short.
Coach Fred, I need Salma's guidance. Where is Salma?
Oh, this thing is going.
Whoa.
Trade Leo.
Dude.
Thanks.
Just leaning into the one. Did you get in 190s with that guy?
Yeah, 182.
Nice.
You guys have Magic Box now?
Yeah, I'm about to cover here. I'm out. See what the Magic Box does.
Magic
I mean,
Box?
prior month. Below Magic Box,
Proprietary.
we have prior month low. So I won't take a long out of here. I mean, it's because the aggressive trend move. I'm not going to try to catch a knife. But if we make a new high, like if we get above 200, I could buy a pullback from that. You know, I would just honestly buyers. Let's say the market change its tune.
What's a
I
magic
think
box?
the long that Kane had would have been the long I would take for a pullback, but the fact that that one didn't work makes me completely just no confidence in longs after. That
Yeah.
should have been at least a good pullback. But dude, they're
That
driving this.
that 190 guy loves hate selling equities more than I do, apparently.
240. Well, there's some huge buying here.
Mm-hmm.
See if they actually get something. Wouldn't be surprised if they don't. You cover your short, Leo?
Yeah.
Hate to see it. Kane wants to sell it all day,
And
but everyone but him gets
hey,
to sell.
I love it when the homies win, bro. That's all I care about. I make good money in the morning, so I'm not too stressed. Selling it all morning.
Yeah, I think was it last Thursday or 2 Thursdays ago? I watched like the 2% down move and didn't take a single trade and just was sad the whole time.
Some days it's like that, right?
Yeah.
Hey, didn't we get a 10 a.m. reversal yesterday?
We did. I caught that.
You got it? Yeah. I was looking at that yesterday.
Yeah. I wasn't super keen on it originally, but then it played. So I took it. Jesus fucking Christ, they are still selling it.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, they are hate selling this.
The 170s was a huge tell. All that buying, and if that's not going to lift the market, I don't know what will, man. That was a lot. Nothing will.
Who would have thought I could have paper hand a 300-point runner?
I mean, if you hate yourself for that, then
No.
fair enough.
I think that was
gonna say.
I think that was about as perfect of a trade of having a target in mind and us getting there.
Where you sold the high and bought the low. Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Hey, Nick, I think that was a great trade, brother.
Thank you.
I don't know if it would call it a champion trade, but it was a
I
good
thought
trade.
they were going to shake
Boy,
hands.
here we go.
I thought they were going to shake hands and make up.
I thought we were past this. You're getting a first class ticket.
Leo did the
That
thing where
was
you offer
funny.
a handshake and then you pull it back.
It's funny because when I called him out on the fact that that first class ticket is going to go to waste, he was like, "Well, Nick can use it."
How many contracts? I was originally in 4. The 3 or the 460 entry was like my last ad. The others were kind of around 450. And I covered, I got scaled out of one at 420 when we looked like we were going to rebid off the ORLO, but the rest I was kind of holding there.
How dare you make 90% of the day's range? How dare you?
How dare me?
A lot of buying in here in these parts.
So you guys were up for the news and stuff, right? What was it as bad as Twitter thought it would be? NFP?
No, it was actually a great number.
Yeah, it's great. Great number.
Of course it was. Everyone on Twitter is like, "Oh my goodness, this is gonna be the worst."
Did you not see Trump tweeted about it? He's like, "We're going to save billions of dollars, trillions of dollars."
Mm. Guy that knows absolutely nothing still makes money in the market. There's a lesson in there, guys. I don't even know how to make a chart book.
We're all standing on Leo's shoulders. Hope everyone knows that.
Man, software is getting killed again after the dip was bought.
What's
On
going on
Friday.
with Salesforce, Nick?
I don't know. I think if anyone's going to acquire their way, continue to survive in the software AI space, it's going to be Salesforce.
It's fucking down 30%.
I know.
Salesforce today?
No,
Yeah,
like
it's just been
since January.
Whoa.
It's continued to get just hammered, but I think they'll weather the storm. Like I have no doubts.
Oh, bro, it's from, oh, fuck, I zoomed out. From the high, it's down 50%. They're just getting fucking hammered. New
Oh, yeah, crypto's
CRMs.
pulling back to that low, huh? Ish.
Yeah.
I think what we've seen the last few weeks of agents and like automated like coworkers, if you will, from some of the AI changes that have come out, like you're going to see I think a new version of a lot of these software tools out there. Things
Yeah,
like this, I
but
feel like are
come
going to be
on.
baked into the solutions.
I agree with you. However, Salesforce is a very, very big beast, and it does
Oh
a
yeah,
lot.
they are very top heavy as far as I think employees.
Oh,
And
they
I
put,
think they've scaled back a lot, and I
yeah.
think they rehired a bunch, and I think this also changes things.
I think the good thing about like I guess the what everyone's calling the SaaS apocalypse is that these companies are gonna get leaner, and actually I think it means that they are just gonna automate most of it, which is good and bad. It will make them more profitable, but they'll employ less people and
Yep.
get bad rep for it. I don't think
Everyone,
Salesforce is going away though. I can say
no,
that.
anyone who thinks this is the SaaS apocalypse and is actually going to kill this industry and all of these large names, you have no idea how organizations actually make purchasing decisions and make changes to said purchasing decisions. It takes decades. And then you add the security layer of some of these things doing certain aspects of access to buckets of data that are sitting on AWS or Azure. Like there's no way in the short time frame
Yeah.
that you're just going to give access to some of these agents without some level of security layer. What this did, in my opinion, is it added another layer in that IT stack
No.
for these type of models to exist. But it sits right there with security and then the end business application with no code needed, no code knowledge needed to actually do things. So there's my rant for the day.
Yeah, no, I
Tried
agree
some
with you.
longs. They ran without me.
Oh,
Game's over.
But yeah, if you
Yeah.
guys wondered why I'm full-time trading and not back in tech, there's many reasons, but I think
Do you ever miss it?
I mean this would be an interesting time to be hearing from CTOs and CEOs as far as how they feel about this and how they want to navigate it and make decisions. I think I could lead a lot, like me in those conversations, like I used to be. They'd be leaning on, I think, people at these organizations to kind of be thought leaders and provoke discussions on how they should navigate it. I think they'd be much more open to discussions rather than telling me what they want.
Mhm. It's like when AI came in like 3 years ago.
Oh,
To like
I do
they,
think here's the one thing though. I do think someone like Adobe's in trouble, and I proved that yesterday to the boys behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I think Adobe's in big trouble
why? What makes you say that?
because I just built an app that custom like creates content assets like in Canva with about an hour of vibe coding it.
Wait,
Like
that
a
was
very
Canva?
simplistic version in an hour. But
That was
Yeah.
very,
Canva?
very capable. No, that was me coding it from scratch.
I'm gonna try to snipe along here at 83, just to pull back from this. This little rally. See, like little low day rally.
Dude, check out the single print. It's the whole 1 hour bar.
I know. I
Can't
know.
end this way, right? It's not.
It's not right. Well, the
They're
magic
holding the
box is the
slow
magic box,
again.
though.
Yeah, it is. No, I do like. I wanted to get long earlier. I missed it, but if they hold a second time, to me this is like the third time. Then I will
Yeah.
maybe get in. But dude, this offer is. What are they so mad about? All right, I'm gonna try to layer in some orders. See if I get tagged in. If not, they can go. Got one. Two. All right, we're in for two. We'll try to cover one for a quick 30. All
Yeah.
right, we got one for
All right.
30. I'm
I
gonna
got
run
one
with
out.
this. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm just gonna set this about break even and see if we can run. We hit it. 5 figures, boys. This is
Attaboy.
it. Stowe's gonna trade by himself.
Yeah. This is where if I had the lockout feature, I'd be using
We've
it.
done our work. Stowe, you on your own, buddy.
Had a
Yeah, we're
great
just gonna
XR
provide the
call,
good vibes.
89 chops.
Carlos says XY bear. Bear? No. I was. I had 2 shorts earlier. Those
Rally
days
seems
are
to
gone.
seems to have some legs. I don't know. It's kind of changed. The tape has changed a bit. The order flow has changed on the DOM.
I'm gonna try to get to the EMA about 180.
Those 150s. I'll take one more.
Yeah, I'm either covering it at 150s or 170s. 150s is the same zone that I had. Unless
I
the
think it
market
easily
covers.
just reoffer it from
from
those 150s.
Yeah. I'll probably take the 150s. It's a retest. I think the EMA will catch up. Or they'll just come back and get my runner, whatever.
Oh, spoke too soon.
Oh, that was
a
close.
Nasty little
That
wick.
was close. Yeah.
Literally, I think it's like 1 tick from my stop, my break even.
Where's your break even?
97.
It was 98.7, yeah.
Did
oh,
it?
wait, no, it was 98, yeah.
98? Yeah, that's... Better hold it now. Damn, they hold it now.
Yeah.
Do I want to move this?
Same spot. Where is? Oh, ES is bouncing off the magic box in the month open too. Okay.
Yeah, everyone's doing the magic box thing.
I was like, why is ES bouncing there? But that makes sense now.
Come on. Yeah, I'll settle at 150. About the weekly open again. Let's do it.
What am I looking at? To be honest, I longed 170s previously, got stopped out on this look below. I wouldn't be interested in anything until it hits 170s again. But honestly, I made good money in the morning, missed the short. I don't want to chase something for the sake of it. Like for me, if I was short from where we originally went to around those 430s, I would not be touching this for longs, and I would have been out probably at the previous day low with Nick. Um, so the fact that we're now retesting that from below, I'm not interested in longs. It makes sense, but I'm not trying to be in the market all day. And like I said, I make good money. So
We are close.
Also, why
I'm out.
Nick no hat?
Let's
I don't
go.
always wear a hat on stream, guys.
we're
All right,
we're
I
getting
took one
closer to
more.
March. We're getting closer to March.
Yeah.
I will live vicariously through you now, Leo. I only had 2 losses. They didn't fill my third, so I'm flat.
Yeah. Just gonna leave my stop just right here. I
We're
don't know.
just gonna
I
cheer
think it's
Leo's
good to
trade
run.
on.
I think it's good to run. You're gonna cheer
I'll
my
live
trade on.
vicariously through Leo.
Yeah,
Send it.
we're gonna backseat trade via you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna tell you how to manage your runner too.
Yeah, why
Magic
not break even?
The magic box is part of an OFL study.
It makes 0 sense to not be break even here. You would let this come all the way back?
Holy, okay, okay.
No, he
Go,
prefers.
you got
actually, no,
it.
he prefers to lose
You want
money
it?
on it.
No,
Wow, you were that
got it?
easily convinced.
You want it? You got it.
Fuck. Okay.
Nick would never. That's odd. Nick would
he would
never.
never, yeah. Nick wasn't even break even on his 300-point trade for a while.
Yeah.
Leo's like, forget it. I'm just gonna flatten it. I'm not trying to sit here and listen to this shit. It's like when we watch professional sports and we're like, oh, why would you do that? Are you an idiot? And like we're just at home sitting on a couch eating a pizza.
I mean,
The amount of times
that's
I've
what
been like-
streaming's
dunk
like.
it. What are you
That's
doing?
literally streaming with the wrong chat sometimes. And we've had those folks in and out here and there. I don't even know what to call them in the streaming world.
Well, Nick, we've had a good chat today. They've been nothing but nice.
No.
So that do not fucking instigate them, okay?
I'm not. I would say throughout the last year, Leo, we've had the ups and downs of colorful characters in the chat who just have nothing nice to say.
Maybe after a while they realize that we are not actually like shit traders and there's nothing else for them to do.
I
so
think
they
the
don't
jury's
tune in
still out
anymore.
on that for me.
Speak
so-
for yourself. I've had
Yeah.
some bad days here and there on the stream and off the stream. I know XY looks like he never loses because he catches
I
some
lose
of
all
these
the time,
trades.
baby. 9 EMA reoffer? It's looking possible. I don't know. The market, the order flow has shifted at those lows, so it's really hard for me to reoffer that 9, especially
it's
where the
hard.
market's headed.
It's difficult to get short right now just because of the change in how the market's trading.
Yeah. We were seeing a dynamic where every time you saw buying come in, they would just get washed, ran over. But you don't really see that as much anymore. This is the first time we're going to see it, which is, towards the 9 EMA. We don't know if it's really going to happen because, there's a lot of buying in the 140s right now, the mid 140s, but we don't know that they're going to lose it. So if you want to flip the coin, you can do so here. But I am seeing selling come in on the tape. And earlier, when you would see selling come in on the tape, the market's driving. The market is not driving lower right now as selling comes in. So there's a key difference there. XY only loses during full week competitions. Yeah, anyone that that only saw me during the competition would not fathom what my equity curve looks like this month.
Yeah, it's a nice wide 400-point initial balance. Gotta love it.
Hey, you benefited. You traded the
400
whole IB.
points. Yeah,
I
you
did.
traded the whole one.
Nick is the IB today. Yeah.
407 point IB. The markets have been moving, and that's good for me.
Mhm.
I do not mind.
Yeah.
It's been a good like 2 weeks.
You planning to cover this anywhere or just kind of let it run?
Yeah, I mean, just let it run. It's just one micro. I'm not going
Something
to
to give us something
overthink
to
it.
root for.
I mean, this is what I do. Once I've
Once you've made $1
gotten
million
into a
in the
couple of
market.
trades and just kind of see if I can get in a trade that runs.
User, you don't have to. Why lie? We've never seen them again. Why lie?
Well, maybe he just means that the generational lows was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah,
The
you
guys
don't
that
have to
pivoted
come
to
in the chat and
silver
lie.
and don't trade anymore. Those guys.
Best trading chat? Yeah. Well,
I think we do have a great chat.
I would guess maybe people that had issues with the stream eventually realize that this is not what they're looking for, right? Like those, what would you call them? Like a tradertainment, where people are just doing shit just to do shit. And we do a lot of waiting around, honestly. So
Yeah, which is
they
why
get bored, they leave. I think if you want to see the reality of actual process-oriented trading, I'm not sure there's another place to be at. But if you want to see some like entertainment, firing at the hip, this and this, screaming because you scalped, I don't know, 15 points for like 700 lots, then it's probably not the place.
yeah.
Oh yeah, this is probably not a good place for signal service. No. You can see Nick on the BDH. Yeah, send him there.
I don't know if I could do that, guys.
Oh my gosh, Cardinal Cash. Who could forget? That was fun.
Leo, did you
Fun
know
one.
that was my first and last time ever? First of all, reading the name, hearing the name, and seeing the stream. Because when it was happening, I was like, who? I don't understand what the fuss is. Why are we all here to see this guy, you know, be a clown on purpose? And
Yeah,
then you did what you did, and I was like, I don't think he's coming back. And
yeah.
he never came back.
He never came back. I even sent him a DM like months later,
Did you
and I
say
was like, "Hey
sorry?
man, like people want you back. Come trade."
Who is
Dude,
this?
does
Um,
chat
What is
know the
this?
lore?
I don't even know who this is, to be
You don't.
honest.
Cardinal Cash is the guy that used to stream on YouTube. And one day he had made he made these like wild ass production videos and like music videos even about trading.
It was
And
that bad.
so he used to trade like live stream, I don't know, like every day. And one day he was live streaming, took a trade, and in the background of his screen, like he misconfigured his order confirmations or something, and it said demo on the order ticket. And I got a screenshot of it and obviously like blasted it out. And so
No, that's let me give you guys more context.
okay.
So
I'm trying to downplay it, I'm trying to
I'm
get this short.
I'm like, I don't know, I'm not even a year in trading. I'm just a guy who found a Discord room that Leo happened to be in and many others. It was a big room at the time. And everyone just started linking a YouTube link. And so it's kind of like everyone in the room's piling in. I'm like, yeah, let's see. I don't know what's going on. Again, I see Leo in the chat, saying all this stuff, and then kind of basically like exposing him, right? And I'm like, I don't know who this guy is. He's wearing a funny looking hat. I don't even know what he's wearing. That's a crazy outfit, and he's just doing production stuff, entertainment stuff. And at some point, Leo pretty much draws the trap card, and it's, hey, here's proof of you trading demo. And the guy is just, his face just changes. Everything drops and he's quiet and he's a lot more calm. At some point, he just ends the stream like very off character. It's kind of
Just
like someone
randomly.
just pulled the mask off and he just ended it. I was like, I don't know what just happened, but I think I just witnessed someone get exposed.
Yeah, Leo did kill Cardinal Cash, Jim.
And he never came back. And I have no idea who the guy is. I still don't. So can you explain to me, like, how long was he popular for? Or, like, what was it for? Was it big, like, I hit a six-figure day kind of guy, like, on demo? Like, what is this?
I really don't remember. I mean, I just know like he made these massive, music videos. He would troll Wall Street Jesus and other like he would troll people on Twitter all the time. Like he would even make videos about them. Just all kinds of stuff.
So his brand was that he wanted to be polarizing.
He was very polarizing, trolled a bunch of trolled everybody, acted like he was the king.
We have a new one of them.
A new one.
Yeah, we have a few of them on YouTube now. He was
He
before its time.
Hey, Jim, he must have been from way back in the day.
So, anyways, very entertaining, and he since that day has never returned.
Jim,
He quit the game.
if you've missed Cardinal Cash, you are looking at the man who stripped the entertainment away from you. Right there. In the same hat that you're wearing. But yes, that's the lore. We should have made them hit the like button for this or something.
Yeah, I was going to say this actually, is that we have the best chat today, but we're still stingy on the likes, and I just don't get it.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Well, where are we at?
462. We were
That's
at 1,400 people earlier. Like
Dude,
1,000
we've been banging
people.
out trades, putting it
1,000
on the
people
line.
just come by and just like, yeah.
They
don't
got
wanna
the
like it.
top to the bottom. We
Literally.
got a couple of trades in the middle, and now we bought the bottom.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
see
We're
the
carving it up
IB.
today, guys.
Yeah, Nick traded the whole thing.
I'm just here for the vibes, guys. Gonna be honest. I do want to short this though.
Saving likes for Stowe. Can't be mad at that. As
I
long
wanna
as
see
you
it a
as long as you hit it at some point.
I want to see this a little higher before they come back in.
Yeah, Gene C680. Is this not the greatest 4-man combo ever? No one's ever seen anything like it. Everyone asks us all the time, how are we so great?
Crack me up with this shit.
Tremendous combo.
The buying in here is very, very aggressive.
We want this 24 hours a day. Yeah, maybe we can.
I don't think we could do
Maybe
it
you can
24 hours
convince
a
Kane.
day.
Kane
Fuck,
will
you could
stay
not
on with
convince-
you guys for
24 hours a day? I mean, we would have to be entertaining for that long. Like, I can only be funny for
Kane
like
can do
30
it.
minutes max.
I think you would all fucking hate me after about 3 hours. Gonna be honest.
Prove it.
Yeah, all right, fine. Put me on for 4 hours, and if we have more than 100 viewers at the end, I'll never do it again.
Kane's entire face camera would just be like full of smoke clouds from vaping.
Yeah, I'd
You
get a
can't even
headache.
see his face anymore after 3 hours.
You already hate me. Thanks. I love you too, bro.
The four of us just having a ball, and Stowe's gonna come in and trade by himself.
For real.
Hi, Stowe. Stowe's back there right now. Hello, Stowe.
Stowe.
Stowe,
Ready to-
bang out a trade, yeah. just right
Yeah.
now.
Get short. I wonder if he bought the magic box. You never know.
I might just start doing what Cardinal Cash is doing. I'm gonna go on demo. How do I not get exposed? What's the secret to not having that? What he did?
I don't really know. Stower.
Gentlemen,
Man, the myth,
Good
the
morning.
legend.
good morning.
5 people. We're red zoning.
Good
Oh, we
morning. Good
mentioned
morning.
Stowe and he turns up. It's fucking crazy.
We need a sixth to
There,
make,
Look
or
what Yacht just said.
what did Yacht say?
but
Yacht, you're crazy, man.
what we got Stowe back. There's 1,300 people watching this, and we don't even have 600 likes. Can
That's
we
crazy.
see the numbers because Stowe is back and he's on for Trade the Open. And I think we should welcome him back with every single person that is currently watching the stream, not only pushing that thumbs up button, but making sure you're subscribed, because we're only going to do insane things at 200,000 subscribers. You have no idea what Deli's cooking. I have no idea, but it's going to be epic.
I was about to say, do you? Because I don't either.
They don't
They
tell me
never
anything.
tell
I didn't
us,
even
honestly.
know Stowe was coming back until yesterday.
Wait, you didn't know?
No.
I told you last
No,
week.
I'm
Oh,
kidding.
jeez.
Well,
Yeah, that's
we
the
had to
kayfabe.
record.
He was
We had
doing
to
the
record
kayfabe.
the intro somehow. We recorded the intro without even knowing. They just told us do this, and we're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
No questions. No questions.
No questions, no context. Just, hey, say this.
Can we
You
get
said
out of
Stowe
this?
went out for milk and cigarettes. It's been 18 years.
Just cigarettes. I don't even drink milk, honestly.
Don't say that about me. I don't drink milk.
He lives at Applebee's now.
That's true, actually.
Hold on, what?
Yeah. That's Willow's favorite restaurant now is Applebee's. We
Applebee's?
got first place in trivia.
Dude, let me tell you, man.
On
Let me tell
Monday.
you.
It was badass.
About like 10 years ago, maybe. No, about like 15 years ago, dude. They used to. I don't know if they still do. They used to run this 2 for $20 deal.
Mhm.
Dude. 2 entrees, like an appetizer, drinks, all that. $20, man.
Yeah, they still got that. It's $25 though. So
Inflation.
Inflation.
Dude, that's-
inflation has done some
and
stuff.
for that reason, I'm out.
I was told there's virtually no inflation.
All right, let's get away. Let's get away from this weekly open. We had
Let's
enough?
go.
Someone's
There's
long.
some buyers.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Come on.
Are you long
Who's
the
long?
magic box?
So you're long?
I couldn't, Leo, you might not know this about me, but sometimes my charts aren't doing what they should be doing, and I don't have the magic box today. I only have part of the V range. So,
I
yeah.
thought you were about to say, you should know this. I'm
I don't
long
know.
everywhere.
But that's also true. Now, it beat me up trying to get in.
You don't have the magic box on today?
No,
Of all
I don't.
days?
I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with my. I probably have like the world's oldest V range study on here, so I know it's a me problem. That I know for sure.
Chat wants to know what the magic box is. The best box ever.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
box is magic.
We have
Everyone's
the
asking.
greatest- we have
Everyone's
the
asking.
greatest
Well, how
squiggly
is the
line
box
and a
so
magic
magical?
box.
Yep. Actually, I invented it. Contrary to what Leo would ever tell anybody. This
No,
it's
you
my
know
stuff.
for a
So we
fact-
know. Come on, the
You know for
jigsaw
a
guy
fact that's
invented it.
bullshit,
The
right?
jigsaw guy invented the magic box. Don't do this. The same guy that invented order flow trading invented the box.
Does the Jigsaw Man have a name, or do we just keep calling him the Jigsaw Man?
He invented trading.
Oh, the trading inventor, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, jigsaw's been
good.
around since like the 1400s.
When they were trading.
They used to just carve it on the walls. They carved the order flow on the walls, the tape.
Yeah, he was the first person to put bid ask into hieroglyphics.
Oh.
We're gonna go so far back and be like, yeah, aliens came down to man civilization and gave them order flow. It's gonna be like Scientology with order flow.
What's up, chat? I gotta pay attention to the chat today. I wasn't paying much attention yesterday. Do you know what? I wanted to say this too, production team. You guys did such a good job on, and thanks to my friends for doing that thing too. You know who wrote me about that video you guys did for me yesterday? My mom. Somehow, even my mom found that and was like, "This is so great. This is awesome. Look at you." And yeah, so I just wanted to say.
What did you tell her? That's not really me. It's AI.
No, I was like, yeah, I did that. She's like, is that where you've been? I'm like, yeah, I was climbing that mountain. It took a really long
finally
time.
made it to the top, and I said, I'm ready to get back to work.
Only
was gonna
haters
become
will
a
say
monk.
that's AI.
Shout out, mom. Yeah.
Shout out, mom.
Man, she's a real one though. She found it.
She is, yeah. And I was like, wait a minute, you guys are watching my YouTubes? I better clean this up.
My mom's like Nick's. She's like, how's the podcast going?
Yeah. My mom does the same thing.
Yeah,
How's that
Nick's-
podcast?
Nick's mother-in-law. You still doing that cute little podcast thing?
That how you're supporting
still
my
don't have a job,
the thing you do
how's
to
a
support
little-
my daughter and granddaughter? Yeah, you just
Mhm,
how's
yeah.
that podcast?
Mm-hmm.
Little does she know, I just use AI to create memes and press buttons on a screen.
If
The
it
work
works,
is
it
actually
works.
the work is worse than what she thinks.
It's
like
a living.
coding.
It's a living.
I'm not convinced yet that this is even the real Stowe. Have you guys seen his background? I don't know, man.
That's cool, right? I
don't
finally
know
got
if
those
it's-
fancy lights that Leo's been telling me to get for 1,000 years.
Yeah, you look like you're in a spaceship.
They do different stuff. We can do like a purple, like all kinds of things. Yeah.
Ooh.
Green.
Sorry, does anyone
Everyone's
want to
got
take
their
over the
lights.
comment? A lot of hating in here, and now they're firing at Jigsaw. They've done a lot for the trading community.
Oh, it's
I don't,
jokes.
I don't think we're firing at Jigsaw. I think we're commenting on a bit that was on the internet. This is
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
There-
jokes.
it's a
If this is
wrestling
your
thing.
first day here on NC Live, there are several bits that we continue to bring up throughout the lulls that exist in a typical trading day. Hence why we keep it lighthearted and fun. And then
Also,
crack a
if you
joke
like
let me
every
give
once in
you a bit
while.
of backgrounder. We are making a DOM for NinjaTrader using similar type columns that are on other platforms like MotiveWave, Sierra Chart, and Jigsaw, right? Things that we've all used for many, many years. And I was showing some images of it on Twitter, and Jigsaw decided to step into my comment section and tell me that they invented the time and sales. So because of that, have been taking little jabs at them for fun, because I don't know if you believe that they invented the time and sales or putting the time and sales as a column on the DOM. That to me is absolutely fucking silly. So that is the story behind the Jigsaw jokes. It's not
Yeah,
anything
just
other than
jokes.
poking a little fun at somebody's comments about that what they invented.
Also, if you like Bookmap, do not be offended. We do make some jokes.
Yeah.
We still doing that? We still got the bookmap bit going? That's good.
Yeah, we do.
How
every
could
once in a
you
while.
not?
Okay. Cool. I've got everything's right where
Some
I
things
left
never
it.
change, baby. But also, to preface all of it, if you guys make money with all the things we make jokes about, just don't care what we say, honestly. You make money. Don't let us tell you what to do and what not to do.
KDR says they sponsored the podcast that was killed. You're right. They did do that.
They
Who
didn't
did?
sponsor. So what really happened was Bookmap bought the podcast and then killed it.
Yeah, they
Yep.
were the ones
Power
that
move.
killed it. New
Total power
conspiracy
move.
start loading.
They shelved
Yeah, I
it. They
respect it.
shelved it.
I think we learn here if you say silly things, you sometimes win silly prizes.
Yeah, Mr. Market, thanks. Are we close to 700 or is he just ambitious?
No,
He's ambitious.
We're at 641, Nick. This is the closest we've been for a while.
Oh,
Nice.
well, we're getting there.
All right, let's go, baby.
Leo's still long? Oh, he is.
Yeah. We're just going to get up and kick off this thing.
Yeah, so still, I don't know if you've known, but we've been like trading our asses off before you got on. So you need to carry it now.
I'm trying. It took me a second. I tried for a little continuation short. I don't know. Weekly open was kicking me around. I'm looking at a bunch.
Weekly open, yeah, they kind of just killed it. Like
Yes, they did.
they traded it and then murdered it.
Yes, they did. I like where we're at now, but this, I don't know. Now we finally have some excess on this. I don't know if my screen's up, but pulling up the big guy, we finally have some excess on the top of this profile. And I don't love, I mean, we're back inside of it now.
I think I'm going to cover here. Actually,
Yeah,
It's
VWAP.
about
It's
halfway
VWAP.
back. And
Stonewall.
the overnight VWAP.
yeah, I'm out.
Wait,
I'm out.
is that? Oh,
I'm done.
damn. What is that? Like a 100 pointer? 200?
170.
Ooh.
What's 30 points between friends is 200 points in my eyes.
I got
Thanks, Kane.
100 on this last one. I'm going to hold it for the other side.
Are you long still?
Yeah. I did eventually get in. I tried to get in a
Production's
couple
got
times.
words for you still.
About what?
Oh, you'll have to
Oh,
look.
position. Oh, God. The position tracker. I'm slacking.
First day back.
Indicators.
I remember my first stream.
That's sick bird. All right.
RASH trades. I'm more of a agi guy, not a strength guy. So I'll be the carry.
Come on, baby. Where are you? I know you're on here somewhere. This position tracker could be anywhere.
Fiber optic. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm not in an NQ trade, so that's why it's not showing up. I'm blowing it, guys.
You've got this.
I do.
What are you blowing?
303. Well, it should be working, but it's not working. Sorry. I do have, yeah, I'm in one MNQ lot at overnight low, but like Leo said, I'm not really loving this up here. But we'll see.
All right. Well, Kane, I think it's time for us to
Veto?
dip
No, I don't
into
think
the
so.
chat, leave.
Are you guys sure you want to leave?
No, I don't think so.
Uh,
If you guys hate Stowe, just say it.
I love
Whoa.
Stowe.
We were there yesterday. You were not, all right?
Well, I think XY and my invitations just happened to get lost in the email somewhere,
I'm pretty sure I sent it. Have you checked spam?
which is, I guess, stupid because let's be serious. XY and I could have just hopped into Zoom and they would have put us on anyway.
That's true. It's true. I was like, where is the whole gang? I want the whole gang here.
Yeah, he says that, but actually I saw the email. He said, I don't want Nick and XY. So on
And,
that note,
yeah.
I'm going to
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, I'll eat that.
What I did do is I actually hijacked that contest on purpose so I could be a part of the real one when it comes back. That's what I did. It wasn't Leo's DDoS attack. It was me. That's what I've been learning how to do this whole time is be a hacker.
Oh.
Yep. Spoiler alert.
Oh, trust me, I've never forgot that Nick cheated in the competition.
Oh boy, here we go. He's going to leave on that note.
Just saying. Hey, I didn't say it. Somebody in the comments said it.
It's okay. We'll talk. Nick, let's let him get out of here and then we'll talk some shit. All right. Bye, Leo.
Yeah, then he can't rebuttal.
Well, that's the
Okay, bye. Bye,
Enjoy
Chad.
your day.
Ciao, boys.
Yo. Yeah, that's the worst. And then he just has to listen to it.
So, gentlemen, how are you?
I'm good, buddy. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
We're moving along.
That's good. Yeah, so Nick, good job cheating on that contest. That was cool.
I mean, let's be serious. If we're really going to bring this up again for the chat's amusement at this point, let's talk about this. I want everyone else's perspective because at this point, it's the matter's been settled.
Now, I did
Delhi
get
has-
Leo's side yesterday, so I would like to hear yours so I can make it.
Delhi has settled this. Leo will be getting a consolation prize of another first class ticket if he chooses to actually go. So there's no issues.
Okay.
And then
okay.
we can rehash this just for a second. So the gentleman's agreement was that nobody would be placing trades after the 3 p.m. Central Time RTH close.
Okay. Okay.
I happen to still be in a large position
Okay.
in the NASDAQ leading up to earnings being released for some of the largest weighted things in said indice. And I had a plan that I wasn't going to flatten until after that release came out.
Mm-hmm.
So they released their earnings, NQ flushed, I was well positioned, and I shot up to the top of the leaderboard and then clicked flatten.
Interesting.
And this occurred between the 3 p.m. time frame and the 3:02 time frame. Screenshot sent to Leo at 3:05.
Okay.
That's exactly how this happened.
So the gentleman's agreement was
No trades would be
no
placed.
trading,
No trading after 3 p.m.
but you were just holding
I was
your
holding.
original position.
Yes, I was still in the trade that was entered pre-close.
So I guess the question is trading defined as being in a position or actively seeking to enter or engage in a new position? Okay. I might be on Nick's team. XY, where are you at on this?
Hey, winning's winning. The rules were the rules. Rules were the rules. Winning is
Sounds
winning.
shady.
Well, if you sell something, isn't that trading? Well, then the question becomes, could I have just left it for
Because
the old
this is
auto
the thing.
liquidator?
The thing is, if you aren't allowed to trade within the rules, then you wouldn't be able to. So anyone who tried to open a position prior to market open could not do so because it's against the rules. Now, if you could do so until the close after cash close, it's within the rules. But I think the largest consequence here is that Delhi now has to pay for 2 first-class flights.
Yeah, so the real loser.
Yeah, and then they
The
gave
real
us
loser of this
the
bet.
celebration. So you can debate who won or who lost, but there is a real loser, and it's Delhi.
Wow. So I added to this here.
Fatfish says, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
That's true.
The matter is settled. Everybody wins. But we all know who really won. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the scoreboard at the end of the session.
That was probably what I should have waited for, but I stayed alive in it. I'm going to get continuation of this thing?
Fractal, it's possible. I can't say
Yeah,
it's not.
I can't confirm or deny.
Hey.
And what would a good streamer boy do if not create some aspect of viral controversy as a part of this as a part of this competition last week? Otherwise, what am I doing?
It's
sitting
important.
on stream trading in front of people if it's not to add some level of another bit that we can keep coming back to for more content on the stream.
Oh, did you guys
I'm
see
not-
Tiger Duck? I tried to introduce an extension on Business Duck bit
I did.
yesterday.
No.
I did. And Stowe, I wanted to tell you. So you inspired, I guess, a trend in now my daughter's life because
Oh, okay.
I, thanks to Business Duck on this stream, was wandering around the dollar section of Target well over a month ago at this point.
Okay,
And
fun place.
there were a bunch of rubber ducks for various holidays. There was like a New Year's duck. There was Valentine's Day ducks sitting
Oh,
in
yeah,
there.
yeah.
So I just happened to grab one quickly and just show her as she was sitting in the cart, and she like smiled, and they're $1, so I gave it to her. And now this has become a running bit in our house where if we see rubber ducks anywhere, she just goes duck, duck, because she can only say there's 2 words my daughter can say currently, and it's duck, and her first words, which were dog, because that's the important things because she has 2 dogs, so she just says dog, 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 dog constantly. So the
that's
bit now is
amazing.
running, and I now have a collection of ducks.
That's great. Well, this was Tiger Duck. I got him in the trampoline park.
Love it.
It was good.
I
Pretty
love that
stoked.
Tiger
Leo
Duck
duck.
already had like a professional headshot ready to go.
Yeah,
yesterday.
they're quick. They're quick with the AI. I assume. I don't know how they grabbed it that fast.
They're doing it right now. They're like, write that down, write that down.
Yeah, they did. That is true. Richie Rich says this about the Jeep people. Do you guys know any Jeep people?
I don't.
They do a lot of rubber duck stuff as well. That is true.
Well, like, what is that? What's
Like on
rubber
their
duck
dash.
stuff?
Like you'll see
Oh.
Jeep people have a ton of rubber ducks for some reason, and I don't know why.
So like they have it on their dash as like decorations. What are you saying?
Yes. Yes. Jeep people are a special brand of people. How many Jeep people we got in the chat? Show yourselves.
Oh, yeah, how many people are just mobbing over curbs and parking lots for absolutely no reason?
That's classic Jeep guy behavior. Exactly. See, Nick knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I'm guilty of it too because when my wife hates me because when I drive her like mid-sized Mercedes and then am not in my F-150, I try to do F-150 things in it, like not cut people off, but use the size of the vehicle in my favor of driving, and it doesn't work in a Mercedes.
Oh,
You
no.
don't, people don't give you the right of way anymore.
Nah, because they know you're afraid to actually take the hit. But when you're in the Jeep, they're probably like, oh, this guy doesn't give a shit. He'll hit me with his car.
You should see how people approach the Prius. They don't know I got nothing to lose in that thing. It's great.
If you live in LA, you know that very well. If you see a Prius, it's probably going a lot faster than you, and it's very much willing to make some contact.
Yeah, rubbing is racing, honestly.
It's,
the best
it's probably
part.
a MPG thing. Like, I've got unlimited MPG. What do I care how fast I go? Check this out.
What are they like, hit points?
Yeah. Like, I've got unlimited stam. I can go as fast as I want.
I know we're drifting into podcast territory as we're in a lull here in the market, but we did just get a pretty simple reoffer there at the
VWAP
overnight VWAP
Yeah.
and the RTH VWAP.
That was also the bottom of that that London range too. This is so something I don't know if you guys pay attention to this or not. I look at those spike points off of the big-ish news candles. I don't know. I consider news big if like I get an email about it from somebody. So today was one of those. I got an email about like, hey, don't trade this if you have this kind of account. So if the top of the spike was support to begin with, and then once we lost it, it was almost to the tick. Yeah, pretty nasty to the tick. Rejected off of 343. Bottom spike, almost nothing there. So now we're coming up against the bottom of that spike too.
I probably would have attempted shorts at that VWAP, but for last year I looked through all my data, and this year I'm definitely trying to be better about when I'm done with my trades. Like, I'm done with my trades. A lot of times, I'm on stream, I'm like, well, don't want to just sit here and not give them anything. So then you try to take more trades. And the data pretty much showed that if those trades went well, yeah, you make more money, but it's not too much more to make it worth it. And there are occasions where, yeah, I just gave some of the profits back. And this year I've been pretty much going back to like, hey, look, you hit the trades, you did your work, you're good. And it's gone a lot better in terms of an equity curve. And yeah, earlier I was like, yeah, we're saying Stowe's going to trade by himself because I got 3 trades off. I even before the long, I was like, I'm done because I got the top rope short for 100. I reoffered short for another 100 something. And that, to me, the first one would have been like charts are off if I didn't have a stream. So
Yeah.
that long was a greedy one. I put my limit orders where they would really have to come back and pick me up, which is why I only filled 2. But it worked out that way. And right now, there are certain points where it's like they said never trade your P&L. I always trade my P&L. Not suggesting that you do. It's just something that I can't break from, and I recognize that. And so I'm at a point where if I take a trade and it doesn't work out now, my P&L that I am happy with is not going to be where it is anymore, and that might lead me to take more trades, and I don't want to do that because it would be breaking the process. So this year there will be probably more occasions where I am literally not going to take a trade. Also, someone mentioned give X, Y, and eval so you can keep trading. I can't trade prop anymore, like, because
Yep. Yeah.
the biggest thing is a 150K account. But the size that I'm looking to trade, it can't sustain. So I tried it a few weeks back. It was a good run of maybe like 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks getting payouts, the daily payout stuff. And one day it barely like just blew up. And I ended up green on the day in my live account, but those accounts did not survive. So essentially, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Got banned. No, I didn't get banned, but it just doesn't match, and it's only cash. I mean, I've been trading, I would say like 90% of my trading has been in cash when I'm on stream since I started streaming. So Unless
the
it's demo and you guys just don't know it. Hey, stick around. Maybe you'll expose me one day.
There is definitely an element to prop where you get like if you have prop and cash going on at the same time and you're trying to do both, I think that messes with your head. I have prop on the side, but actually no, I don't even anymore. That's crazy. That's funny. No. So I'm just waiting for, I guess they're all live now. That's wild. I hadn't thought about that.
I will say though, and I always say this, without prop, I don't know if I'm here right now, for sure. The
Yeah.
leverage that you get for the money you spend and a 100% capped downside helps a lot. So if
Yep.
props didn't exist, I don't know if I would have survived the long game to get to where I am, honestly.
Yeah. There's also no chance that I exist and have this job without prop trading.
Venetian
Somebody
Casino.
asked a question. How did you guys short after the open? With good news, I would buy. Huda Lil Mudaquin. Huda Lil Mudaquin. Man, I've missed reading everybody's weird names on YouTube. I think the thing about most of us is we don't look at what the actual news was at all. So
I literally asked Leo and Kane probably just half an hour ago what the news was. How did it go?
was it NFP? Because that's Wednesdays.
NFP, yeah. Because I mean, for the past few days, all of my Twitter is like, NFP is gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad. You're gonna see how bad it's gonna be, and you're gonna be sorry. And then they're like, no, it was really good. I was like, figures.
This is my favorite. I love NFP because it is it's my favorite scam in the universe. So there are people, this is their job. Now, this is the best job that exists. I'd love to have this job. They are people who predict what the NFP number is going to be. And then the NFP number comes in, and it's not what the number is that moves the market. It's the distance between the projection and what the actual number is that moves. So was it hot compared to the projection? Was it cold? And then, the market wiggles around, and then people walk around and they're like, oh man, yeah, jobs. But it's somebody's job to come up with what they think the number is going to be. And there seems to be no consequences for whether they're right or wrong.
Someone says they are former weather forecasters.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is the big leagues of weather forecasting.
That's true. It's true. Yeah. So that's where you go when you graduate when you get your doctorate in weather forecasting. You get to go predict the NFP number.
Yeah, my take on like the news thing. So someone asked like why did Nick and I, why did we take shorts? What was the plan? And another was why look at shorts when news was good. I think that's yeah. So
Yeah.
that ties in. In my view, you look at news as a way to kind of speculate what the market is going to do with the news. So for me, it's how about we just skip the speculation and you fucking tell me what you want to do. If the market opens up selling and selling, I'm going to be like, well, look, I don't need to speculate. They've just told me what they want to do.
Yep.
So I don't have to big brain these things. I don't get paid to speculate what the market's going to do about news. I can show up and see for myself what the market's going to do in relation to the news.
This is also something the market's been doing. This is like a pretty familiar short pattern. I don't take it because I'm not very good at it, but like open at the overnight high, run it real fast, and then just sell off of it. That's been something that's been going on this year quite a bit. So this keeps me out of longs when the overnight high or it is inside of the 5-minute opening range, especially. I tend to try to leave that day alone.
Also, the short thesis and strategy and plan and setup and whatever else I took today, there's literally a whole video on it on my YouTube. It's a whole video. I think it was the second or third one, but it details it
I heard you
completely.
need a producer.
So did I. What is it?
So did I.
A Stowe 42 joint.
A Stowe 42
Damn,
joint.
son, where'd you find this?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm as cool as Spike Lee, but I would like to try to be.
But yeah, the short guys, same thing as in that one video. I don't remember what it's called or when I posted it, but it's up there. We have a level. ES opened up, and that low was not a good low. I hated it. I hated it so much that I'm like, look, we've got some good confluence. We're running up. That low looks terrible, and this is resistance. And I don't know if they're going to go through one push. We've got room to go. And so things line up. You start to see the market kind of fade away right here. And they can't really push through. And as soon as you start to see selling kind of just get continuation, lock price out of like the highs, which was the 460s, you try a short. Do I know it's going to work? Absolutely not. But I know where it can go. And the risk reward makes sense. So we get short. The second part of the second short is simply, look, I'm going to cover this short around VWAP, which is already 100 points-ish. I'm going to cover it, and I want to see what they do with VWAP. Do they start to pull through, they fill all the buy orders there, and they start to work lower, re-offer it, or do they get a bounce? And if they get a bounce, where does it really go? VWAP to me should have been a low of day. They should have held that to continue higher, but they didn't. Same offer comes in, same range, and I'm short again. There was a low volume area. You can see it in the volume profile here, the 420s and above. So I'm getting short again because if VWAP can't provide a new high, I think we're going to trade through VWAP and go lower. My target downside was this other zone. We're looking at 220s, 230s. I chickened out at the 290s, but still another 100 point through and through. But there's literally a video detailing this exact thing.
Good trade, homie. Makes sense.
Thanks.
I mean, also good thesis. 420 guy is a guy. So
Is arch nemesis, those arch nemesis.
yeah, he didn't go away. He's still around. I hate
What
him.
low on ES did I not like? It was the low, the actual low of day when it opened. It was really flat. There wasn't any excess outside of it, and it never really resolved as like a zero, right? So the prints were, I don't want to say incomplete because it kind of like drives in this idea of the market has to trade into it and through it. It's just more likely to, right? And you stick around volume profiles long enough, you kind of get an idea of how they generally resolve and how they generally do not. And that low was generally how it does not resolve. So if I've got resistance on NQ that I can look for, if I can find my way into an offer that looks like it's going to pick up steam and go to where it's likely to go, the lows, then I have a trade. Is it hey, this is a trade that I'm going to make money on? No, this is an opportunity. So that was the trade. Yeah. And if it's news, I didn't even know what the hell the news was. I'm just like, you guys figure it out and let me know when you've made a choice.
Yep.
And they made a choice. And I was like, okay, I think I can get along with this.
As long as you can keep the idea, once you get to know what those lows look like when they suck, as long as you can keep that out of your, like, don't start getting married to that stuff and think they're going to break like right now. Because especially lows, sometimes that'll take all day, and also sometimes they don't come back for those, and and that'll leave you like twitching because your tism isn't relieved.
Yeah. Yeah, because then you can make a super bad low, but if the market's driving away from it and it seemingly does not care about it, you shouldn't care either, because it does happen. So anyone that's trying to like constantly say offer the market for that low offer, but the market keeps going up, you shouldn't do that because the market doesn't care. It doesn't care about that low. It's giving you that information in real time. We're just moving up. We're not moving any lower. So you shouldn't either.
Here's yesterday's low. Look at this piece of garbage. See? Now there's a poor low. That was actually an okay low for a second.
Wait. What's a poor low?
No, they don't have the clip. It's deleted.
Oh.
They told me it's gone forever, and I'm never
They
going to say it
deleted it?
again.
I don't believe that.
We can make a new one. Let's make a new one
Nope, there's no need to.
with a new background.
I'll have to wait to record it because I don't know if you guys you guys tell it I'm super sick. I got super sick.
No, but now that you mention it, kind of. But no.
Yeah, this is not. I'm not normally this gravelly. I feel like I'm about to narrate like a. This is what John Wick's narrator sounds like. Oh, by the way, yeah.
Oh, by the
so
way, yeah, you texted me and said you started watching the films. What do you think? How do we feel?
okay. So, do you want my
You
honest
don't like
opinion?
it? Just don't even say anything right now.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I understand. Okay. So for the chat, I had never watched the John Wick movies before. This is one of XY's favorite things.
Oh,
And so I decided to watch the John Wick movies for the first time and let him know what I was thinking while I was watching them. So, first thought was, I now understand why my friend XY enjoys a certain hobby that he enjoys. I'm beginning to see where that is coming from. So I'm like, okay, cool. I can see the interest in this hobby. The second thing was, so I only watched the first two movies, and my thought was, I would probably just stay in this hotel forever because no one can kill you. It seems pretty nice in there. And, and he's like,
this.
keep watching. You might want to keep
Yeah,
watching.
he's like, that's what I would do. I was like, well, keep watching.
My only complaint is that I feel like not a lot goes on, and so I find myself getting a little bored, a little distracted, like when
Yeah,
the
if
fight
it's
scenes are
like
just taking
you
forever.
want like a cinematic masterpiece,
Yeah, this ain't it.
you really won't find it. It's more of just like it is what it is. Literally at face value, it's exactly what it is, nothing more, nothing less.
Okay.
mhm.
Yeah,
But it's great.
love it. I'm a simple man.
All
you
four
know?
of them, great.
Get a little bit of Panda Express, put on the John Wick.
Metamoo says,
so
that's
how-
cute. Were you all on the phone together watching? Kind of. Kind of. Kind
So
of.
how many of you finished?
I'm halfway through the third one. I started the third one and I realized I wasn't really giving it my all. So I was just like, I got to put this on the shelf for a second. And then, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
For someone asking in the chat, what do I see for the rest of the day or from here? I am seeing that VWAP could not produce not only a new low, but it couldn't even get to the prior swing low. And that's not good for downsides. Price testing VWAP for the third time and making its way back lower again, not good for upsides. Usually when this is the case, and I hope it's not the case for everyone else that's still trading, this is when the market makes a decision. Fine. You don't want to go down. No one wants to go up. We'll just stay here then.
Yep.
And that's the worst. So you really want to see price trade above VWAP, or you really want to see it make its way back down to the lows. Because if the market's not willing to make those choices, it's not willing to make any choices. And when it's not willing to make any choices, it's not going to do anything and everyone's going to cry about it.
I like this. I mean, I like holding this 200 spot. This like 180 guy. It's just like a little baby node, but yeah, I mean, I don't have much else to look forward to in here. And it's just doing, I mean, look at all this volume that's down here. Is it really just going to leave this all down there? Probably not. Yeah. This is a day I'm definitely going to do something else.
Yeah, I mean the market's made a good amount of choices today, I feel.
Yeah.
From up top all the way down. Weekly open, even lower, back to weekly open, made that choice.
Yeah, where's
Now
that
we're
at
up here.
Yeah, that's it. That's at 050, 055. So this was the weekly open. Or no. No, hold on. Where the hell is it? Sorry. I'm talking out of my ass. No, 150s. Okay. Oh, good. It just went ahead and made it to point of control. That's great. Perfect.
Yeah, another thing, chat, is the way I kind of always see the market too is if it's kind of like people, it's like us, that can only make so many decisions in a session. And if you expect the market to remain as volatile as it was like in the first hour or first 90 minutes for the rest of the day, it's quite unlikely. It's just an auction. And when everyone kind of sets the tone, sets, the parameters of where the market's willing to trade and where it's not, it's made a lot of decisions. It's not likely to keep making drastic decisions for the rest of the day. You really want to temper those expectations. To continue making drastic choices, they need to actually make the drastic choices, which is a key swing, like breaking through a key swing, or even just to a higher low. Like if the market's not doing anything that signifies any shift in dynamics, whether it's if your price action like a new swing break, new structure shift, or even like increased pace, order flow, RVOL, if you look at it,
Mm.
it's kind of relaying to you like we're not really looking to do much right now and maybe even for the rest of the day. So always temper those expectations. If you've already we'll say taken advantage of the opportunities given earlier on with a more volatile market, if it didn't go the way you want, to expect it to continue to give those opportunities to try to swing yourself back green, it's not going to end well. So
Yeah, that law of diminishing returns is real. It's very real. Not only do you waste your own time getting into positions that you shouldn't be in, but you
and
waste
you
your
just
mental.
like your mental capital is just
Yeah.
gone. All this, like, it's a breakdown of you're going to break your process down, and it's like building, say you're playing you want to play Jenga, you're building it up, right? And every fifth layer you just knock it down again. You can't build a process like that. You
Agree,
have to
homie.
keep at it.
I got a lot of baseball cards to buy today. Actually, today's tops one release day, so I gotta
I thought
go.
you were gonna say like this is some kind of sale.
No, no,
It's the
no,
opposite.
no. It's the release day. Baseball season starting. Very excited.
Baseball season? You
That
mean
is true.
Panda
We got spring
Express
training
season?
right around the corner.
Yep. And the Pirates made some moves,
I
and I have
I'm a
once again filled myself with false hope.
I'm about to
I'm here to
be-
get hurt again.
I'm ready to get hurt again by my Angels as well.
All right.
But I'm about to become a Mariners friend because you guys know I have my my buddy that's a journey like a journeyman. Been in the league
Yeah, yeah.
for a long time, but not a big contract starter guy. But he signed a 1-year deal with the Mariners, so about to become a Mariners fan.
That's cool.
That's awesome. Dude,
Yeah, I
I'm a
didn't know
big
if he
fan.
was going to retire or not, but which is crazy when you say a 35-year-old you're retiring.
I
mean, in professional sports, 35, you're
Is
getting there.
old.
Yeah, you're really getting there. If you're playing at 40, it's like that's generational, like biological talent.
as someone who lives in a city that's considering signing Aaron Rodgers for another year, I can agree. Every time that
Aaron
dude
Rodgers
goes
did a lot
down,
better than I thought he would. He's still pretty nice, man. Not gonna lie.
it's fine. Football, whatever. I'm more of a Bills fan, anyways. See, there's another Pirates fan. There are dozens of us. Dozens.
Try to fish for a long, huh? I mean,
I don't know. This is. I mean, I pointed out that 180 spot, and we're getting good stuff off of it. This is a problem. So I don't get into this trade. So on a high time frame, this is monthly VWAP. This is this little node. This is this previous low here. So I don't hate this. I don't hate this spot on the high time frame. But when you're looking at the day, you're like, this is right in the middle of everything, dude. Like, I can't initiate right here.
It's actually, yeah, you make a good point. It's literally in the middle. And on my chart, what's even worse is this middle is VWAP. It's like a sandwich of VWAP and another zone. So they can offer VWAP or they can bid or offer the zone. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, if it's my chart, it's hey, you guys figure this out and we'll decide how we feel about it afterwards.
Yeah, and they're doing nasty things too with the delta. So like, there's a bunch of selling, there's a bunch of buying. None of it is directional. None of it's doing.
I think if they hold this area, so same idea. If they start trading above VWAP, you could get a pretty good move through. If it's always if these are conditional, and if they lose the zone, yeah, I mean it could be new lows, but they're just chopping in it. They're still trying to figure it out. So it's like you're
Yeah.
witnessing a knife fight, and you're like, I want in. I'm in. Tag me in. Just let them figure it out, right?
Yes.
You can't
It's like
see a
if you
knife
are a
fight right in the
balloon.
middle of battle and be like, this is where I need to be. Someone pass me a knife. I'm getting in. Yeah, I want to get hurt. Tag me in. And you get out of the knife fight all bleeding. You're like, wow, how could they do this to me?
It's because they have knives, guys. It's because the market has knives.
Because there were knives and you went into it. That's not a knife. Every time you talk about a knife, someone's like, that's not a
That's
knife.
not a knife. That's a knife. I tried to do I made some chimney sweep joke at Kane yesterday. I hope you guys caught that because I was very proud of it. But I tried to do my British accent again, and it turns out it's still an Australian accent. Just so everybody knows, I haven't resolved that at all.
You and Leo with the Australian accent.
I can't get out of it.
Yeah, I don't know if Americans can do British, but they just do Australian all the time. Like it's just a default setting.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's like crikey. It's like, oh yeah, say something British. Crikey. Like, yeah,
Crikey.
that's not British.
Yeah, XY.
Knife
Let me
with an O. Yeah.
let
What's
me
up?
produce. Did you figure out the blurry part of your video? Was it really blurry, or was it
Well,
just
then a
somebody?
bunch of people are saying like, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you
yeah.
know what? You
I
get what
figured
you
that.
get. Yeah. Y'all
I
get what you
assume.
get. I'm not getting paid for it, so whatever.
One dude has a bad connection, and all of a sudden you got XY worrying about his
Well, I
blurry
have to
video.
believe it because I suck at all these things. So I'm
Well,
like,
I was gonna tell you.
gotta
You
be
sent it to
true.
me, and I was like, "This looks." I went and looked at the. I looked at the MP4 again. I was like, "This is fine. What the hell is this
I
guy talking
appreciate
about?"
that.
So sure.
Also, the audio software you showed me is great. It's awesome.
Oh, have you checked it out?
I used it my last two
Oh,
videos.
nice. The AI thing. Yes, yes.
So yeah, it's
Yeah. I'm going to be playing around with some things there too, Stowe. So thank you for that shout out.
Yeah, sure.
Mixed
I've
vibe
realized
coding.
I've realized I'm a dangerous man with what AI has released in the last couple months.
Nick's on his third computer in the last week.
No, dude, I did just buy a Mac Mini to literally run some of this as I sleep. Some of the things I'm going to be doing. So tune in. There's going to be more things coming soon. I'm gonna run a little A/B test with my life on some things and see if this actually sticks.
That's fun. You should try. Yeah, Nick, get into the one of the AIs that I really like. Not affiliate, not a thing. I don't have a code yet. Is the Descript is the name of the software, but
Yep.
I've been using that, and that AI is actually really responsive. I've
Yeah,
also
this
been getting
is-
way too deep into music AI. Way too deep.
There's a few things I would say this, like throwing me back into like the biz dev world in a real job with some of these things behind the scenes. I think I'd be like unstoppable until it hits a security and compliance issue. But I would be very, very productive as far as preparing other people, myself, for meetings. The co-work stuff is actually like amazing.
I agree. I wish I
Automating
had
a lot of tasks.
I wish I had all this stuff for my entire life.
Yeah,
I
Nick
mean,
isn't even-
it's gonna ruin the world, so that's a bummer.
Yes. But
But-
I'm going to take advantage until it does.
Yeah, there's no reason-
Until we get Stowe and XY here in Texas to come live off the land with me eventually when the world when trading doesn't matter anymore because the NQ is going to zero because AI has made it so. That's when the John Wick movies become more relevant for Stowe.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to watch those a few more times so I can get into my
Get
friends'
some
hobbies.
training.
Get some training. Yeah.
Get in the mindset. It's always mindset. Mindset this. Mindset.
Well, I
that.
think that the important lesson about me watching the John Wick movies is something that you all should take away, chat. If your friends have an interest, what you should do is try to figure out why they like that thing because it's fun. It's a fun adventure. And yeah, so I had a good time with that. I was like, oh,
You heard it here, chat.
This is one of my best friends' favorite movie series. I should try to unpack why he likes it so much. And I
Now-
learned a lot.
Stowe's trying to figure out if I moonlight as a professional hitman.
Yeah, also that. I mean, not that I need anybody killed right now, but it's always good to have a guy.
Not right now.
Not right now. But it's like, it's always good to have a good plumber. It's always good to have like a roof guy, the guy.
You always
So,
gotta get a guy.
it's important to have a guy.
When you
I need
when
a
you say
low
it's gotta be in
voltage
like an Italian or a Boston
wiring
accent.
guy.
Low voltage wiring guy.
I need a neat guy to just start running Ethernet in every room in my house because I'm tired of the way my mesh system is set up. But I'm not
thought
going to
about that.
crawl through the crawl space to do it. I will pay somebody to do that.
Okay. I saw a good there was a fun magnet Instagram I was watching where it was just like dudes wiring cables, but they had like this sick magnet system. You should
Yeah.
do that.
I
Get those magnets.
I don't know where to start. But if anyone has a good low voltage guy in the DFW area, please do hit me up via DM.
Yes, that's right, Streamside. You do need a good zombie apocalypse guy. Oh, nice. Production's volunteering. There you go, Nick. Hey, Flight here.
That
What's up,
would-
homie? Good to see you, bud. Also known as an electrician. Is it the same?
I have an electrician. My guy said he's not the best person to do this because he just makes things work and wires them. Like he wired my whole panel board, but he's not thinking logically as far as like how to create a path that makes sense as far as wireless data being flown through the house.
Yeah. I wish I was local. My dad actually really does. He does all this stuff. He was a network admin for his whole life. So all he did when I was a kid was just watching him run LAN cables everywhere. And he would set up one computer for me to play Quake Deathmatch on while he did all this work in all these buildings. It was so sick. So I had a very good childhood. Video game related.
He can't run an Ethernet cable. I'm sure he can. He wasn't willing to do it the last time he was here. When I asked, probably because he realized that the panel rewiring was a lot more time than he had envisioned when he billed me and quoted me. Because it took him all day and it was a hell of a deal.
Does he think it's like beneath him because it's not,
maybe.
death defying? Because you can't die, you can't be electrocuted by an Ethernet cable, but most electricians, they seem like they're kind of a badass, right? Because you could totally die being an electrician. I respect any career like that because you can't. I mean, I'm just looking at a screen. This is really hard to die doing this. Like these lights aren't even warm behind me, so.
Stowe's always in grave danger.
The danger level is really low, is what I'm saying. So
He's really risk on.
yeah, Brer Rabbit, that's right. Lineman, the ultimate electrician.
Reginald, good morning.
I could get a heart attack. That's true. But I could do that just like eating ice cream. So it's not, I don't know if that's the same.
Dancing around VWAP, what are your thoughts? I think until the market trades above VWAP or below this range, then things maybe can start cooking. But as long as they're still in this range, they're just knife fighting it out. Best to just let them do what they do. See the outcome. So a lot of times when the market's doing a bunch of this, everyone's busy complaining, they're crying about it, but really the market's actually setting up for something. Just give them the time to. And when the market breaks either way, now you have the information that, hey, look, they've done a lot of digesting here. There's a lot of inventory in here. And when price moves away from it, look for a possible continuation, right? And that would be in the form of, let's just say price moves downwards again. Then the idea is in this range, there is more sell side interest than buy side interest. Now you've got that information. Let price come back towards the range. And if it shows that it's unable to really trade into the range again, then you can take that short, vice versa for long.
Yep. I think
It's that simple.
you can come back later and you'll find that this little dip is now this. This is my prediction. There's going to be a big node right here in the second half of this value distribution. Yep. That's what I guess. Do I want to fade this top edge? Not really. Do I want to buy this? Probably not. But we'll see what it looks
On
like.
a high time frame, it does look like this can potentially just hold this zone and bid up. But if you drill down to low, it's just, they're still trying to figure things out. And I would say if you want longs, let them prove it. Let them build volume in this range, and that will kind of be your proof, and you can start to get alongside the market. Easier to manage your risk. It's always about how you can manage that risk.
Am I trading on Wi-Fi mesh? So unfortunately, when I had moved the office upstairs after we had the baby, because originally my office shared a wall with the nursery, which was not ideal when you're screaming into a microphone some parts of the day. So I moved it upstairs into the TV room. But the long-term plan is I'm building a loft above the garage. I haven't even budgeted and forecasted that project. It goes along with like redoing part of my backyard too. So that's a longer time frame thing. But eventually it'll be like a loft / guest room above the garage that I will build with all the fun stuff. Until then, I need a temporary solution. So yes, I am currently running a mesh system, and one of the mesh routers is hardwired into my setup up here. So is it the best thing to do? No. Is it a good workaround because I don't have an Ethernet plug? Yes.
Yeah. Rico Slaw said, Nick is lucky his daughter only learned the word duck, not anything that rhymes with it. That was the first thing I thought of as well when Nick was telling that story. I was like, oh, she says duck, does she? Okay.
That's
that
cute.
Girl
The other one's not
just
cute.
says, I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked that her first words were dog.
It's hard not to laugh when your kids swear. It's really hard.
Yeah.
It's like the most challenging thing.
It's like,
as a
that's funny,
parent
but
to
don't do it again.
I'm going to have the problem. Like if I get called into school to discuss things like that my daughter does, like, guys, you know me from this stream. I'm not going to be able to hold myself together. Like I will just find this stuff hilarious. Because it's like, yes, I'm very disappointed in her. Yes, we're going to have a discussion about that. But in the moment, like some person trying to be very serious about it in that setting, it's just not going to work well for me.
From personal experience so far, what ends up happening is like you go in there and you more than you were even prepared to, you have your kids back so hard that all of a sudden you're like, well, yeah, maybe this school sucks. Like maybe it's your problem. you just get
Just start gaslighting the principal.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, of course she said that.
You know
Nothing
she
wrong with
never
that.
ever says those things at home, right? You guys need to figure out what you're doing here. You guys need to fix your program.
Meanwhile, I'm in the car and I'm like, I told you not. You can't say that at school, man. There's different rules for different places.
Look,
That's what I'm trying to say.
I can only back you up so many times.
I learned it from you, Dad.
So we've reached this point in the show when we are going to do absolutely nothing in the markets. You're welcome.
Yep. It's gonna build this dumb node.
They'll figure it out eventually. I mean, it's still kind of early. Just let them figure out their feelings. They'll do so at some point. Yeah, from here, if they're not going to be able to drive it lower, this could just move all the way through back to like 300s, maybe close to the 400s. Who knows?
Yeah. There's a lot of ways down.
Yeah, we're in a range where it can go down a lot from here or up a lot from here, but you just got to let them figure out what they want to do first. At least on my chart, it looks like that. I don't know what levels you guys have, but
I mean, yeah, I got going all the way down to back to like 280, 875, somewhere in here. Yeah, I don't know. If we lose this, I would say below the weekly open. We got this pretty dumb node here at 960. I'd probably watch out for that. But yeah, I mean, we're just
go to 990s, right under 25K.
Yeah. Not like 960, yeah.
Gold looks terrible too after the dump off the open or post
gold.
NFP. Look at this. It's just consolidation.
Wow.
Ugly.
1,
Ugly,
2,
ugly
3 days
session.
of like the same narrow range.
Yikes.
Well, I mean, we say narrow because we've been seeing crazy ranges, but yeah, just 3 days of the same range.
You guys know I don't look at that thing. It's important. It's important for my health.
Sounds crazy. Anyways. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. Anyways.
I thought about pulling up a silver chart weeks ago, and then I started getting text messages, and I was like, nope, not for me.
Ah.
You missed when with one mini, I was down 3K, up 5K in a matter of like 36 seconds
insane.
one morning,
Oh.
and then never. I was like, I'm done. I am done. Not again. And I never touched it with my personal account again. I just tried prop with it, which
So you
didn't work out well for me long term. It worked out for a trade or two, but eventually blew up all those accounts.
Well, I like that you touched the sun and did not, like, you got a nice tan. You didn't get
disintegrate?
burned. Yeah. So that's good. It's always nice when the bank error is in your favor.
Terrified.
Yeah. Ugh.
Because it was one of
back.
those where I felt like I had no idea what I was doing.
Jim.
Hey guys,
Hey, Jim.
Afternoon, my friend. Or good morning.
good to see you guys. Did I hear you? If you guys ever need a specialist for a job, I've got some relatives. Just let me
That's
know.
true. I forgot.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
all kinds of hitmen already in the thing. Okay, good.
You don't want to meet cousin Vinny.
Vincenzo.
The long version.
Vinny for short.
You don't call,
Vincenzo.
you don't call him Vinny.
No, he doesn't like that. See, you're already on his shit list, XY. This is good.
The fact that I even know his name means I am in grave danger.
No, because you're a friend of mine.
For now.
You're a friend of ours.
I gotta stay that way. I gotta stay that way.
Oh man.
So Stowe, that background, it reminds me of something. I can't put my finger on it.
The production team said I look like I'm in a Star War. So maybe that's it.
R2! Yeah, it looks like you're like in a spaceship for real.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
It's like an old Doctor Who movie set, maybe.
Well, I didn't want to do totally black. I don't know. But I got these lights. But my kid turns them on and turns into weird colors. They do like wacky modes.
Yeah,
So
I like it.
It's a pretty good time.
Well, in any event, I just love the reference to Cardinal Cash, by the way.
So you used to be a fan, huh?
Well, when you're at the brokerage firm back in the day and you're, making phone calls and talking to people for, 10, 12 hours a day, A little parody humor
Yeah,
is
yeah,
good, and Cardinal Cash always delivered.
yeah. Yeah, I've only seen him once, and that was the last time. And it
Yeah,
was only for like 20 minutes.
yeah,
So I had to ask like what was he about? I had no idea.
yeah. We need to find a replacement.
Could be me. Let me get my demo going.
Yeah, well, Stowe plays a musical instrument. I think Nick does too, right?
No,
No?
No.
unfortunately, I do not.
Okay.
I wish I did. That'd be cool.
All right. There you go.
I honestly, Jim, you don't need to play music anymore. I've been completely replaced by AI, 100%. I was like, I'm gonna make my own intro for my new podcast thing and record it, so that way I could have the licensing. And then my friend was like, you should just try AI.
Yeah.
And so then I spent 3 hours making the sickest song of all time, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no, my neighbor Ducky came over and said, "Hey, my boyfriend just wrote a song for me using AI. It's a country song." It's like, "What?"
it's a good idea. I'm gonna start all kinds of fake bands now, and just run
One
it
of them
up.
will make it big.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. In any event, great job as usual, fellas. Appreciate you guys being a part of NinjaTrader Live. Let's give these guys a round of applause. And I'm not going to see you guys this afternoon. We have Selma, Joey, and Jack are going to be joining us to trade the close. 2 o'clock start with Shai and myself, and then we'll get right into it. Should be an interesting day. I don't know if things are kind of slowing down a little bit, but good job today, guys. Appreciate you. I'm going to hop in and do a quick edge report. I will talk to you guys later.
Sounds good. Thanks, Kim. See you.
All right.
See you guys, chat.
All right, let's take a look at gold. Gold's kind of interesting. This is a 10-minute candle. Let me take my glasses off. 10-minute candle right now. And, we've been trading. We broke above VWAP, and I thought, well, the session VWAP is kind of important. Usually tells me if buyers or sellers are in charge. But we didn't have a continuation candle on the upside. As a matter of fact, we paused right at the 0 DT call resistance level, and that was a big pause at 5,100. But what I noticed was, hey, look at the initial balance, right? We have not had a breakout up or down by wick on an initial balance, and so I decided to go to our friends at edgeful.com. That's edgeful spelled with one L, and look at the stats of this occurrence over the last 6 months. 77.69% of the time we have a single break of the IB high or the IB low. 14.62% we have a double break, meaning we break through the IB high and the IB low at some point throughout the session until the regular trading hours ends, and then only a 7.69% no break. Right now we're in that no break category, right? So, but thinking about it, well, chances are we're going to break one way or the other. So I'm going to keep my eye on that 77.69% and think, all right, let's see if we do, where are we going to break out, to the upside or the downside, and will that be a good breakout trade idea? So that's what's going through my head right now. Previous sessions highs are also kind of framing the top of the conversation here on gold. So there's a lot of areas of interest right there at the top of the value area. Official point of control is down here, approximately 50.62 spot 6. So we'll see if that acts as gravity and brings price back down. Maybe we are a 7.69% day. I kind of doubt it. We'll see what happens at the close. Let's shoot over to Treasury bonds, though, because that's been a magnificent story today. I know I talk about it a lot, but it's kind of important here. So we had that NFP big sell-off here, right? This was a pretty big candle. Remember, I'm looking at a 10-minute chart. This is over a one handle move down, right? Which means one full point, which means $1,000 per contract. This is a really big move down. And but I mean, we kind of recovered, right? We wicked through this one-day min. We had two candles that closed below the one-day min at 115.28, and then we kind of started creeping back up. Now, we had a really keen, really pronounced double distribution for a long period of time, where we had that lower point of control at 115.30, upper point of control at 116.20, and then where my rectangle is, there was no volume. I mean, that was a volume deficit, a volume void, a low volume node, or whatever the young people call it. There was nothing there. And now we started crossing. We started going up. We broke through VWAP once, failed. Broke through VWAP a second time, continuation candle, continuation candle, continuation candle, and we achieved a price above the midpoint or the piercing line of this benchmark candle. Now it's bulls on. We're at that 61.8 retracement on the way back up. And look at that. We just ticked higher as we speak. So bonds fully recovered from the non-farm payroll debacle that we saw earlier today and are crawling back up. So that's interesting to me that equities are so strong given that bonds are so weak. And we talked about this morning with Anthony. Here's the E-mini S&P as an example. This is a case where VWAP is holding, right? This is the session VWAP, that white line kind of zigzagging around. And ever since the initial balance, that's boom, we sold below, confirmation candle down, and we can't get any penetration, right? So the sellers are defending that VWAP right now. Right now it's at 69.68 half. And again, I'm looking at an inverse relationship today between these equities and the bonds. We'll see what happens. Previous session's lows are about to get hit as we speak right here at 69.57. This high vol level is super, super important. 69.45. This is kind of where gamma changes. So we'll see if we kind of break through there or not, or if that holds as support. And then after that, well, there's a lot of downside. 0 DTE support, 69.25. So this kind of failed retracement back up. I don't even have a fib line up. It wasn't even 50%. I could eyeball it. Just kind of failed, and we're selling off again in the E-mini S&P. So it should lead into an interesting afternoon. That is end of morning edge report. Appreciate everybody being here at NinjaTrader Live. Appreciate the subscriptions. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the great chat. If you're not in chat, you're just listening. Appreciate you being here as well, part of the NinjaTrader community. Let me just say this. We're going to, again, start at 2 o'clock. Me, Shai, and then we got Joey, Jack, and Selma trading the close. And Jack will have like 7 or 8 positions on when he gets here. So it should be some interesting trading. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch. Thank you for being here. See you soon.